story. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and do our artifact runs. And we are indeed starting early today. We'll probably end at around 4 or 5. And depending on what we are doing, we might not be doing Genshin the entire time, right? Like, so we might actually switch over to either Monster Hunter or Dota or some other trash game. But meantime, we'll do our artifact runs. Hey, thanks for the Lord Crane. Appreciate you being here. Hope you're having a good Sunday fun day. But yeah, we're gonna get our artifact runs underway. Hello, hey, welcome in, Romant. Am I saying your name right, by the way, Romant? Hey, you, I know you recently followed yesterday, so appreciate you being here and hanging out early today. Let me know if I'm saying your name right, by the way. And appreciate you jumping in. Okay, you can just call me Rem. Okay, Rem is a lot easier. I'll go with Rem. Reminds me of like the thing that happens when you sleep. You know, like REM. Remand. Rem. Remand. Remnant with a double M. Oh, remnant. Remnant. Gotcha. Remnant. Okay. EES. Yes. Remnant. Okay, okay. Yeah, I would not be able to pronounce it. I'll default to Rem, because that's easier to say. That's the origin of the name? Nice. Where does it come from? It sounds like a very, sounds like a name of, like, a character in a game or something. uh... There's a local band I liked as a kid called Remnant. Remnant. Okay, okay. Don't think I've heard about this band. It must be a small band. Or at least not very well known. I need a name for a video game, but Remnant was taken. Yeet lady, yes. Welcome in Spaghetti Spaghetti. I am using Yeet lady. So I just doubled the M. Yeah, you know, that's kind of the origin of my name too. I tried to have just Saber Fae, but I think someone had taken it, so I had to add an X in front of it. that's just how it rolls. Jean, yes, Jean do be the Yeet lady. She honestly hasn't been doing a lot of eating on my account. And even in the recent IT, when I thought like she was gonna be eating the Natlan woman, ended up eating her with like Visual and Layla instead. So I don't know. There's something about the gene tech that requires you to have like Zhongli and a few other like weird stuff for the collision thing to work, which I do not have. And also like using Geo Traveler, I think. But who am I kidding? It only works for one of the floors in Stygian, so it doesn't work for like the other ones. I'm using Gaming as my main DPS on my alt. Nice! Gaming is good. I really enjoy Gaming actually. He's probably like one of my strongest DPS on my account, since my account is no wish. I don't have a lot of options, but he's I kind of regret not getting him earlier. I only got him in the most recent Lantern, right? But when I got him, he was like very clearly like one of the top DPS performers, especially in like a Layla melt team. The Gaming Layla combo is really strong. Yeet Lady Jean sounds like she's a part of the Royal Court. I mean, she do be pretty good. I hope she gets a buff. Did they announce that we were getting a buff? Any buffs in the recent patch? I remember we had a special program, but I don't know if we were gonna get any additional Mondstadt buffs for the Knights of Favonius characters. Because they did announce we were gonna get Dornmund Port, right? And I think it actually looks pretty cool. I got him C6 on Shenyun Banner a while back. Yeah, C6 coming is probably it's pretty meta actually. It's pretty top tier. DPS. I don't know what his C6 does. Let me take a look, but I believe it makes him like almost twice as strong as his C0 maybe. To tame all beasts, plunging crit rate 20. Ooh. Attack radius too, dang. So like it's basically like a free, what is this, 20 free like 80 CV? That's pretty good. Like it's like just an instant 80 CV on top of whatever you already have. And in the perfect crit ratio too, right? The perfect 2-to-1 crit ratio. They didn't announce them, I don't think. Oh, okay. It's okay, I run Sitlali, Shilonen, and Yansan or Benny with him. Yeah, Sitlali will probably be really strong in like a Gaming Melt team. Yansan does make sense because he runs around a lot. I don't know about Shilonen though. I guess Shilonen heals and uses Night Soul stuff, so maybe they do benefit a little bit. Maybe Sitlali and Yansan does benefit a little bit from having Shilonen in there. I'm not entirely sure, because I've never used those characters before. Why am I out of berry space again? I have C6 Gaming also, I just don't have a team for him. Gaming can be thrown into a lot of just random teams, to be honest. Like, you don't really need a dedicated team. I have my melt team for Maviga. Yeah, you just swap him out for Maviga and that's your team. Bennett C6, Maviga, Shilonen, Sitlali, yeah. That is the standard Natlan meta team. Yeah, I use Benny if I need the power, but I run Yansan when I don't have to worry about staying in a circle. Yeah, Yansan is actually really strong. It would be nice if they gave Yansan for free. She's basically like the default buffer for any enemies that run around a lot. Or I guess push you around a lot. I'm thinking like those enemies like the Consecrated Beasts. Or even any of the Natlan rider ladies who like to like run around. Yansan would be great. I have a Yansan C1. Oof. Yeah, I need a free Yansan. There are a lot of really good like 4-star characters that Genshin has like basically refused to give for free. Since like day one. Like the only time that we've ever had access to a free Sucrose was like what, 5-6 years later. When the Hexarite buffs came out, that was the first time we've ever gotten a free Sucrose. Just think about that. I mean, they have given some good characters in the past. Like we've gotten like a free official and like a free. We have actually gotten 2 free officials. So I official C1. But they've so far held us out on Shinobu, so we've never had really good access to Hyper Bloom, and they've held out. I think it took them like 4 years for them to give out a free Bennett. 4 years, so I'm thinking it'll take another like what, at least 2-3 more years before they give out like a Yansan. And we still have not gotten a free Rosaria, which is very important for a Gaming Melt team. For a 4-star Gaming Melt team, Rosaria is really important. because it provides you that slow cryo application every 2 seconds on top of the crit rate buff. Yansan, Chef, and Gang Won Xian Yu are lucky enough to get most of them C6. Yansan is just C2 though. Ooh, yeah, those are all really good picks on the Chevy banner. I mean, on the Xian Yun banner, sorry. Although I wouldn't consider Xian Yun to be that meta, but those 4 stars on that banner pretty worth pulling for. Yeah, Chef Roos is the other big one. Having access to like a legit overload buffer would be pretty big for my teams. They announced a free Yahoda. Yeah, we do get free Yahoda. Although you can kind of tell, right? They are like just throwing us like the crappiest 4 stars. We got a free Aino and a free Yahoda, which is like okay, sure, I guess. I'm not complaining too much though. Like Yahoda is cute and she at least gives me access to Ascendant Gleam, so it's not too bad. I much prefer Yahoda over like some other. There's probably worse characters out there that they could have given. I think maybe not. XDD brushing. Hey, welcome in, Brushy. I thought you aren't awake at 1:46 p.m. Yeah, I mean, I guess Yahoda is a healer. Yeah, not that I'm like in need of healers per se, but it's nice that she's a healer so she can like fulfill that role. Although I've never like tried her out to see how well she works. I wanted Xian Yun for my Xiao. She works well for Gaming too. Oh yes, Xian Yun is legit the punch support. Xiao is definitely got breathed new life when Xian Yun came out. With Moonsign? Yeah, Moonsign, so it could be worse. It could be definitely worse. Alarm is at 1:45. Okay, very nice, Brushy. I haven't tried her either. Yeah, I've seen like people do runs, and I have in like Abyss or Stygian or whatever, right? And I've never seen anybody put Yahoda on the team. Like literally nobody. I'm like, this girl is not getting any love. I'm like, that's probably why they're giving her for free. And the thing is that the Hoyo has these stats, right? Hoyo literally has the stats of like who's using what in whether it's Abyss or Stygian, right? Because it's all recorded. And so they're just looking down the 4-star list and like, okay, which 4-star have we not given out that's like nobody's been using? Aha! Yahoda! And then puts Yahoda on the free event selection. So you guys gotta use more crappier characters so that you have to stop using the good characters and start using the crappier characters so that you can fool the Hoyo into giving us a good character. I love Xiao so much, I wish I had the funds to make him amazing. It'll probably take a lot to get him there, I guess, but I mean, I'm sure we're gonna get an Adeptal buff. I'm like, I want to say like 90% sure we'll get an Adeptal buff, and any of the Leer characters that are connected in some way to Adeptus lineage, and like Ganyu, Xiao obviously is an Adeptus himself, are gonna get a pretty significant buff. Xianyun Raiden team Eula, Xianyun team plunge is fun. Nice. Does Eula physical plunge? Yahoda is also beloved. Yes, she's a very beloved character. Should give us a selector. Cheap company. Yeah, cheap company indeed. I need a Geo boy, Iluga. Wait, did you not get one when you pulled for Zibai? Actually, I thought you did get one. Maybe it was someone else that I saw. I guess Iluga is pretty important if you want to run the top tier Lunar Crystallized team in next patch. Oh, only C4. It's kind of lame that you kind of need C6, huh? Oh well. These days it's like the 4-stars need to be C6 and then the 5-stars need to be C0 or like low C1, C2. I don't like both locking 4-star viability to C6. Because honestly, they're harder to get, right? It's harder to get than 5-stars. Because there's no guarantee. At least give us some kind of 4-star, what do you call it? Like a epitomized path? Like a 4-star epitomized path. Say like if you don't get the on-banner 4-star or like make it so that you can select the on-banner 4-star that you sort of quote-unquote get with some level of pity, right? So if you don't get it once, maybe the next 10 pull you'll get it. That would be good. Some kind of pity for the 4-star, otherwise it's a bit ridiculous. 5-star C2 and 4-star C6, yeah, basically what's going on. Free Eula or free Hu Tao is my dream. I would like a free Hu Tao for sure. I wouldn't complain about a free Eula either though. They're both really nice characters. I would prefer Hu Tao probably a bit more, just because she's more of my type. Lat is justice. No, but also like Hu Tao is probably in the lore, probably gonna play a more important role in Lantern, right? And like future lore than Eula is, I would say. Nah, 5-star C2 not needed, but I'd say most 5-star feel hella comfy at C2. Yeah, it's like it's kind of like not needed, but like our quality of life is quite big, right? For most people, like if you have good quality of life combat stuff, like Benny C1 is a very good quality of life. That does mean something, right? Things like less resets or like less slightly stronger teams, less things you have to worry about, you know, more flexible artifact builds, things like that. It quality of life does go quite far when it comes to building characters and like forming teams. If I got a free Hu Tao, we'll sit at level 1. Level 1. So one of the things that I was observing when I was doing IT with Lihan's account. So Lihan is one of my friends, and they basically fooled me into doing Imaginarium Theater for them. But anyway, one of the things that I was, as I was looking through like the character list and like who to select, was like, wow, it really irks me that these characters are not all level 89. Because I've never, like, it's always been like, for me, like my account has always been like, every time I get a new character, they go straight to level like 89. No matter what. No matter whether or not I use them or not, they go straight to level 89. And hopefully they have like a build that I can put on them. So it always irks me when like I have characters that are not, when I see characters on the list that are like not level 89. It's like I not that everyone should do it, but like it's just a pet peeve of mine. Without would be so much building. Doesn't she just use like the normal UN mats though? It should be pretty easy to farm. And it bothers me that you don't 90 right away. Yeah, exactly. I do not 90 right away. They all go to level 89. Look at Jean though, like she's been stuck at 90 for a while though, now that I've done her Envisage Echoes. But honestly going from 89 to 90 doesn't really make a difference. But I like to keep it at 89 because it gives me a sense of like which characters in my roster I've neglected, I guess. And so I will try to like make it a point to use them more if I've neglected them a bit too much. I don't even have the resources to get to 60, yeah, alone past 80. Yeah, it's really hard. One of the reasons I started Nowish, this is just one of the reasons, is because of this exact issue that you don't actually get enough resources, especially early on, to level up all the characters that you pull. And what happens is that you end up with a huge roster of characters that are just unused and just kind of sitting there. And to me, that felt like a waste, or like it felt like really unfair to bench characters. I didn't like that feeling, right? Like, I feel like these are all characters that are great characters in the game, and like they should at least like have a shot to be like viable and like actually be used. So that was one of the reasons I started Nowish, was to make sure that I always had the resources to level up every character I get. And I think I will continue to do that even once I start wishing for the standard banner. I will not allow myself to pull until I've leveled up level 89 for whatever character I end up pulling, I guess. So I'm not allowed to pull for another character until all of my characters are level 89, essentially. Hu Tao wants it all in stats. I 90 my favorite 5 stars. Yeah, that makes sense. Your favorite ones are definitely worth 90. But for me, I want to give every character a shot. I don't want to be like, especially in Imaginarium, right? Like there's always a chance that they end up being like a character that you have to select in Imaginarium. I think for Imaginarium you need them at level 70 as well. I want to give every character a shot at like being on a team, even if they're not like meta. Imaginarium to some extent has allowed that, although recently the difficulty of Imaginarium is getting harder and harder, that it might be more and more difficult to like use a bunch of like weird teams in there. I don't even triple crown my faves. Yeah, bro, you don't even triple crown them. Like what? Madness. Madness. Do you even have favorites, Brushy? Come on. Can you even call them your favorites if you don't triple crown them? Come on. If Hoyo was more generous with 5 stars and reruns, I'd do something like that. But man, some characters don't rerun for over a year. Yeah. I mean, it depends also, right? Like if you're F2P or if you're like if you have Battle Pass. Although I do know that even my friends with Battle Pass, like they also don't have enough resources to level up all the characters they pull. And that's like a constant struggle for everyone. So they have to prioritize like what characters get leveled up, and usually that just means all the 5 stars get leveled up and none of the 4 stars get leveled up, which is actually incorrect. Actually incorrect, because there are some of the 4 stars that you really should be leveling up, but because like most of the player base only sees like stars and like, oh, I guess the 5 star must be better than the 4 star, so they level up the 5 star first. So for the most part, that's correct. That's fine. But like, there are certain 4 stars that are actually really worth leveling up, and would be really useful in IT or Stygian or some other game mode or against specific enemy or boss. There are some 4 stars that are like that. When you have so many characters, you're constantly farming books and more. Yeah, basically, which I feel like is kind of like a boring way to farm, but hopefully like Battle Pass gets you a bit more mats, and then like the events might give you a bit of a breather as well, because they do give you back quite a bit of like EXP. Like, I don't know what the average player's EXP books and Mora is, but I would definitely not like to be in the situation where I have a very average amount of EXP books, because I feel like that's very low and probably not enough for you to even level up. Maybe more than 2 to 3 at a time. Yelan, Nubila, Furina, Mavika, Raiden, next Eula. So these are your favorite 5 stars. My 90s and my incoming is next is Eula. Nice, nice. Eula is definitely good. And also, are you guys the type to get like the skins for characters? I feel like Yelan skin is pretty nice. But I mean, to be fair, people are wishing for 5 stars, they want to get 4 stars as a byproduct. Exactly. So of course they're going to level the 5 star first. Yes, so they will level up the 5 star first. But the thing is that they don't end up going back and leveling the 4 stars. They just kind of stop there. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people just stop at the 5 stars. Like, I guess the 4 stars are not worth leveling up because it's too boring to farm more EXP books and Mora. And so I feel like for a lot of accounts, like you'll see like a lot of like quote unquote bricked accounts, is because like they've never leveled up like the useful 4 stars and they don't really know who to level up. Because the game is like just doesn't really showcase the 4 stars very well, I guess. You actually gotta like read guides and figure out like what teams you want to put it on, and then finally decide what 4 stars to level up. Yeah, but for me it's always been like, let's just level up everyone, and then I don't have to pick and choose, right? Whenever something comes up, this could be an option. I can try the option. If it doesn't work out, I can try another option. In fact, I have all the options in the world, and that's kind of what I want from my account. I don't know why, but my Xingqiu has been at level 80. Really unusual for my account, but every time I see him... How is your Xingqiu level 80? Like, huh? Huh? This is unforgivable. What? Why you do Xingqiu dirty like this? I don't really feel compelled to farm him, even though he's one of the strong 1.04 star. I feel like that's just level it up, bro. You don't think too much about it. Close your eyes and like hit the level up button. You know, I'll do you a favor. Just close your eyes and hit the level up button. Trust me, you won't regret it. Natlan and Notcry changed the 4 stars feature. Like, they're really involved in the story. Xingqiu is not worth it these days. Sag, Xingqiu funds. Well, I do kind of regret like getting like a C2 Xingqiu when I could have gotten like a Chongyun and a Yanfei Sag. But there was no way I would have known Imaginarium was coming out when I did pick those Xingqius at the Lantern, right? Now, if I had the foresight and I always went with like because at that time we only had Abyss, right? Like the breadth of your team didn't really matter. But if only I had the foresight to realize, no, I should have just picked new characters every Lantern, right? I would have had a Yanfei and a Chongyun in my account, which would have been a lot more useful than two Constellations of Xingqiu. So. Now he's great in Stygian with Squirk. Let's go. Yes, Xingqiu is great in Stygian with Squirk. Then again, Squirk is just good, so. But yeah, Xingqiu is great in almost like any. Like, my team only goes up in damage when I put Xingqiu on the team. I don't think I have a team that doesn't. Where adding Xingqiu would make it like actively worse. I don't think there's a team that exists that's like that. On my account anyway. I love Xingqiu and mine's variable, but I rarely use him unless I'm doing some sort of off-meta challenge. Yeah, I guess that's the other thing. Like, if you have like stronger units like Yelan already, right? And like maybe your other team doesn't really need Hydro app, you wouldn't really use Xingqiu. But I would still say like out of the other 4 stars that you might eventually level up, Xingqiu is probably one of the first ones I would try leveling, you know? Mostly because of his usefulness. He has like interruption resist. He actually has some small amount of healing. And for a lot of folks who actually do wish, you have access to Sacrificial Sword, which makes him like twice as good, pretty much. Okay, maybe not twice as good, but at least like 50 times better, 50% better. Compared to my Xingqiu, who like barely ever gets his burst up because even with like a million ER, he's only like, you know, using his skill once every like, what is it, 22-second cooldown or something. He cooldown's a bit too long there. But that's why Sacrificial is such a big value out of him, because it reduces cooldown to 0. Or at least there's a chance of doing that. It was a staple for me when I first started him, and Noelle my preferred support. Yeah, Noelle. I guess Noelle has been good, but like the one thing I don't really like about how they did Noelle's combat was that she's kind of like a barber as well, where she doesn't generate any energy with her E, which is kind of lame. Like, it really should have been like, if your E hits an enemy, like generate two or 3 particles, you know, like we don't even get 1 particle. This is like unforgivable. Same with Barbara. Like, Barbara doesn't have any way to actually generate hydro particles, and so for me, like, Noelle was nice to start out, but like once we got to like endgame content, like it was really hard to use Noelle on a team, because then it would mean like the team basically has a bunch of energy issues all the time because they don't generate energy for the team. Any of my teams that have like that use like Barbara and like Noelle, like essentially end up being a little scuffed because of like, you know, the energy requirements, just because those characters don't end up actually generating any energy. So it's kind of sus. For that reason, I haven't really been using Noelle much at all. But that's also a bit more tied to like Geo being really bad before, you know, Lunar Crystallize and before some of the buffs that they added to Geo. So Noelle has been benched for quite a while, to say the least. Oh, all my characters are max friendship was more nice, Brushy, let's go. Now you just gotta get them to max level, that's all. Max level, Brushy, let's go. Level 90 all characters. I actually have seen posts where people do that. Max level 90 all of the characters. Are you able to check how many are max on my profile? I don't think so. I don't think it says how many is our max. It will only tell you. Oh wait, max friendship, yes. Max friendship, yes. 88. Is that? I can't tell if this is the number of characters you have though. It only tells me like the maximum number, but I can't tell if this is like, because it's not like 88 out of 88, right? Like it's just a flat number. So I guess in that sense, like, I can tell the number, but I can't tell if it's actually like all the characters in your account. You gotta sponsor me, Primos for resin top up? Ain't no way. Still probably the worst. I still remember Mintum actually used to like top up Primos for resin for his Thursday only at some point. Or did he not? I don't remember. But I vaguely remember him doing that at one point. He did. It's like literally like the worst use of Primos. My goodness. The straight up worst use. Kind of rich. I mean, it's not rich in the sense that like it didn't ruin his account, right? Like it, if anything, like it added resources to his account. So I wouldn't call it like rich, but yeah, it's kind of sus in the sense of like the value that he got out of the Primos, I guess. I don't know. Why is it doing this again? He had fragile. Wait, what? He had fragile and he still bought? A real scars because he doesn't engage in the end game. Yeah, not on the Thursday only. Then again, end game is optional, right? So like I think on his challenge run, like end game was optional for him, so it wasn't. Why are all my characters dying? Why are all my characters dying? I think like for him it was optional, right? So like he didn't. There wasn't any requirement for him to like do endgame or anything, so probably fine. I did like hit them at the same time. Of course he had a crap ton of fragile. I don't get it though. Why didn't he just use a fragile then? Oh well. What do you mean? That's the whole point of the account. His goal was 36 star in Abyss. Was it his goal? I thought it was optional. I actually don't know, but was it actually his goal to 36 star Abyss? Huh? That can't be right? Because he definitely didn't work very hard towards this goal. If it really was his goal, he didn't make a very good effort. So that's what I'll say. But that was why like I didn't think it was his goal, because he didn't seem like he was making much of an effort. I just noticed stream chat Nicholas C6 is gonna bring elevation buff to all Hexarai characters in the team. What do you mean by elevation buff? Elevation buff? You mean like when they're on the high ground they do more damage? That would be actually pretty funny. Can you imagine like if your character is standing on the higher ground than the enemy, your character does 50% more damage. And then Nicole's E is literally create a higher ground and everybody levitates. That would be pretty funny actually. I will be on board with this ability. And it will just be a meme. It will be the I have the higher ground meme. Yes, he said this on many occasions. We made fun of him because it was actually doable in Fontaine, but he was lazy. He did not let it hit. Was it actually doable in Fontaine though? I never got 36 stars in Fontaine, so I don't know if it was possible for him, to be honest, Rushy. I don't actually think it was possible in Fontaine. The only time it was possible was in Sumeru, and the very early Sumeru when we basically got access to Dendro Traveler, and then Quicken was like still pretty strong because they hadn't scaled the enemies to be stronger quite yet. I think that was the only time it was like truly possible, I would say. Oh, Elevation is the new C6 buff of Nocry. New C6 buff. Have you read Flynn's or Columbina C6? No, I don't think I mean, I don't have Flynn's or Columbina, so I probably don't know what that means. I can probably find it in the can probably find it in the character archive, maybe. Does character archive show like constellations? Is elevated by 35%. Oh, okay. Special damage boost effect. It's calculated independently of other damage boost effects. So just an increase in damage, but they had to add a new damage boost because it's on top of everything else, so it doesn't stack on. It's like well, it's not that it doesn't stack. It actually stacks on top of everything else. So they had to call it a new name called elevated. Okay, I like it. I like it. They can probably use the same word elevated for like other reactions as well in the future, so I can see why they added to it. But now I also understand how they've been power creeping. They have been power creeping using this word. This very word is enabling them to power creep further. This is actually great intel. So thanks for letting me know. They're just gonna add elevator to everything. It's just Naya now, and they can bump up all the HP 20%. He had Nubi when he was being chilled. He didn't touch him until I harassed him. He would have needed both Nubi and Farida, right? Or would you think Nubi was even enough? Nicole C6. Gather more mid for each mid crop pick. Oh my. Oh my. What is this? Actually, that would probably be like, what's his name? Like if like the mountain shaper goat guy who was talking about mints in the lantern, right? That would probably be his constellation. Pick more mints. Or plant more mints, actually. Every time you pick up a mint, you actually plant 3 more in the same slot. True damage multiplier? Yeah, I guess it's kind of like a true damage multiplier, right? Because it stacks on top of everything else, so it's basically a pretty much like... I don't think it's true damage, though. I guess in the sense... I do believe lunar damage still counts of the elemental damage of the type that is dealt. I'm not entirely sure, but I believe like Lunar Bloom, right, and Lunar Charge follow like the Electro and Dendro resistance calculations, if I'm not mistaken. I think they do. I'm not entirely sure though. But I think they do. Yeah, basically, so my guess is Nicole will allow Hexerite to get this elevated buff. Ah, I see, I see. So basically Nicole big buff. Very nice. And honestly, like, between that and like the Notcry characters, I'm totally okay if they elevate the Hexerite, because Hexerite is a lot more accessible, right? We have like 4 stars like Razor, Sucrose, Fischl who get access to Hexerite buffs. So if Nicole buffs Hexerite and like is restricted to Hexerite teams, I'm not too bummed about that. Sure, it would be cooler if I could use her in other teams as well, but good thing is Sucrose and Fischl are always in my team, so I would be using them anyway. They're good enough that they're in my team, so I'm not too I'm not too bummed about the fact that if she's only works in like Hexerite teams. It would be nice if I get another Hexerite character though, so I can have like a full Hexerite team. Because right now I only have Fischl, Sucrose, and then if I get Nicole, it will be Nicole, and the last slot is still sort of open for another Hexerite character. There's a 95% chance she's built for the Varka specifically. What do you mean by 95% Brushy? 95? Wow, that's a 95% chance. Where'd you pull this probability out of? You don't have Razor? No, Razor. We could only pick one of like either Fischl, Sucrose, or Razor at the Witch's homework. And I already had Fischl because they gave Fischl like twice in 2 events in the past. But between Sucrose and Razor, I know Razor did get big buff, but like Sucrose I feel like was a character that I really needed, and I've always wanted for like a really long time. Mostly because of a sharing of EM, which I never had access to, but also, you know, more VV options always great. I was always struggling with like grouping enemies before Sucrose. Like I had to like come up with some like crazy techniques for like an Emo Traveler to do it, and for Faruzan to do it. You know, like I basically had to use a Nemo Traveler as a Sucrose for a lot, and finally when I got Sucrose, things got so much easier. So Dawei himself. Dawei tell you it was 95%. Maybe it was a mistranslation. Maybe he actually meant like 0.95%. Are you sure you translated the Chinese correctly? Maybe it was like 0.95 or percent. I'm Chinese, trust. All right, what's 95% in Chinese? Gotta prove your Chineseness now. Oh, hold on, let me pull Deep Sea. No way. Caught in 4K. Look at this fake Chinese. Ain't no way. One of the things though, if the C6 is just the elevation buff though, then that would mean that the C6 doesn't actually give her any on-field. My hope for Nicole's C6 is that it gives her some sort of personal damage as well. Something along the lines of like, when she uses her E, she gains what her normal or something attacks like become stronger or something. I would like something like that. Or when she uses her E or burst, whichever one they want, she creates something that like just deals damage, deals ton of damage. Nicole creates a big cannon that constantly blasts the enemy for what 1 million true damage per second. Yeah, something like that. That would be nice. It'll be interesting though to see like how they, and we'll probably get info pretty soon too, right? Well, we'll probably get, I think, drip marketing for Nicole in maybe 3 to 4 weeks, and beta version will come out I think in like around the same time as well. I'm pretty sure we'll get some info soon. I think we already had like some info come through, but I generally consider it not super reliable until the beta actually comes out. So I very much doubt her C6 only buffs. I think personal damage C6 is a must, so it would be in addition to elevation buff. Yeah, I feel like to justify like pulling a C6 character, they probably need to make the character a lot more than just a support for Varka. I mean, maybe like it's C0, C1, C2, right? Sure, it can be a good support for Varka or something like that. But to convince someone to pull her at C6, I do agree. Like there needs to be a bit more oomph there. There needs to be like a reason why, a good reason for to like push people to the C6 character, especially these days, right? When like everybody knows the meta way to do things is not to get C6 and is to just pull at low constellations, maybe get R1, call it a day. So I definitely feel like if they want to sell her, and maybe they don't want to sell her, that's totally fine. But if they want to sell her, they will probably, it is likely that they will at least give her some pretty significant personal damage contribution in C6. Whether or not that's like a infusion or like dealing or making her on field is not necessary. Like she could do big personal damage without being on field as well. And there's a lot of creative ways that they could write the combat abilities, right? So depending on how much they want to sell Nicole, I guess, is really the question. And also like we've also kind of assumed that like she's probably going to be good with like Alice, right? Not just Varka. So there's definitely some reason to think that she's not just going to be straight up Varka show, in the sense of like there are other like Hexarite characters in the future that she should probably be good with, right? So that's me holding out hope that it's going to be a little bit more general than just targeted. Hey, if Varka is on your team plus X% damage, right? Hopefully it's gonna be a bit more general than that, so that even future Hexarite characters, which we know there will be, right? Because they've already teased Barbalov, right? We've already got Barbalov, Barbie in the trailer, and they've already teased Daughter, who's both a Shade and a Hexen Circle member. So between Daughter and Barbalos, and Alice, right? I feel like there's good reason to anticipate that Alice will be good in teams with them as well. So, and it would probably serve them well. I guess they could like go back and retroactively change Nicole's kit to also buff them in the future. So that's also an option, but maybe they just from the beginning they just write it in a way that is already pretty general enough to give the buffs. So knowing that the other Hexen Circle witches are probably quite a ways away to release. I think Alice is probably next. And then I would say probably Barbalov and then Daughter. It's hard for me to imagine. Okay, maybe Barbalov is not playable. It is possible that Barbalov isn't playable because she's old or something. Ryan Daughter, though, 100%, I'm pretty sure they're gonna make her playable. I don't see a world that they don't want to sell Ryan Daughter, especially with the design they gave her. It's too cool. It's too cool already. They're probably gonna get, um, Ryan Daughter, Ronova, and Istaroto. Although it would be really interesting to see how they play the whole Istaroth Venti dynamic. Because we do know, like, from lore reasons that they are, like, kinda the same-ish entity. The fact that their VAs are exactly the same as well. Every time Venti's VA introduces himself on the Genshin Japanese podcast, official Japanese podcast, he will say like, and it's me, Ayumu Murase, who is the voice actor of both Istaroth and Venti. Like, he always makes sure to call out both of his characters, so I'm like, yes, stop, you don't have to keep reminding us that you're the same. I mean, would they make an evil... I wonder if all shades would be playable. Would they make an evil character type Ronova playable? Okay, here's the other thing, Brushy. Ronova is not necessarily evil. Sure, she's like death, but like death is not necessarily an evil thing. Yeah. Actually, yes, they made Wanderer playable. Oh, that's also true. I guess Wanderer turned good though. Like they had to like write a whole like they had to write like a whole redemption arc for him, I guess. Kind of. Reimagining arc is maybe not a redemption arc, but a reimagining arc. Reimagining arc, yeah. Brother, she looked at Piero in the eyes when she cursed an entire nation. Like dictators type stuff. Okay, good. Brushy. The literal god of the Bible cursed humanity. All women with childbearing pains because of sin. You know, like we have literal religions in the world where the gods do this. You know, like evil. Just, sure, you can call it whatever it is, but like I'm just saying, like it's these are things that those powerful entities do if you like violate their laws, you know, like if to put it this way, if there was a law and this law was like written, right? Maybe like there's literally a law that says like if you commit this crime, the punishment is that you would turn into a hilichurl. Would you say that Ronova was wrong in like following this law? Like, would you say that it was wrong? I guess. No, which legal code was in place? So they are bad at making law. Okay, I'm just saying. If there was a law in place that said this would happen, I'm not saying that there has to be a law. Okay, right? But think of it from the perspective of like think of it from the perspective of like, I like to think of it as like cause and effect, right? Like your actions, right, have consequences. And what if the natural consequence of breaking a law is exactly those consequences that you see play out, right? What if Ronova is just fulfilling the natural prophecy, right? They always talk about fate and prophecy and like these big themes in Genshin. What if these are just like the natural outcomes of the actions that civilization and populations take in Teyvat? Sure, we can call it unfair, we can call it evil as much as we want, but can we really say that they are bad people though, if they're just following the natural order of what things are, or at least what was ordained by heavenly principles, right? Seeing as they are servants of the heavenly principles. And we can say, I guess heavenly principles is a badge person. I would probably say that it's a bit simplistic to think that Heavenly Principles is just a bad guy. We're gonna just defeat him. Everything's gonna be fine and dandy. You know, like I feel like that's a bit naive way of thinking, in the sense that like there's probably a bit more to it. You know, it's probably a good reason, or at least I hope there's a good reason. It would be really bad writing on Genshin's part if it was just gonna be Heavenly Princess is evil, Renova is evil, throwing down the nails was just an evil act. They were just bad people, that's why they wanted to throw down the nails and destroy civilizations. That's just, I just feel like that's just incredibly like one-dimensional bad writing, right? And not a very interesting story. Like oh, Heavenly Principles did it because they're just bad. And, like, come on, guys. There's got to be more than this, right? There's got to be some intention. There's got to be some greater evil. There's got to be some greater conflict or greater problem that they were trying to solve. And maybe that is the more important thing to play, right? So, although I will say from a Renova perspective, it is possible she isn't playable, but not for me, like not because of the reason that she's evil. Um, but more from like a lore-ish reason, in that because like she's deaf, it would be pretty hard to like, I guess, balance her power in a way that kind of makes sense combat wise, you know. Um, so I could see like the shades sort of like maybe losing some sense of their authority or their power and then joining our party, and then like that's how they balance it. I also personally like don't really like Renova's design, but it's just me. Um, but I think it is possible that not all the shades are playable, to your point. I think it's possible that not all of them are playable. But we'll have to see. Well, then they got a very good explanation phase because so many innocent people got ruined. Many innocent people die all the time, and that's just reality, right? Like, why not go after sinners not strong enough? Let's just curse normal people instead. Like I'm saying, like it's like, how do I put it? Just because bad things happen doesn't mean someone evil put it in place. Accidents happen in the world, right? There are people who who they didn't die; they were intentionally killed. From your perspective, they were intentionally killed, but they were not killed by fellow humans, right? How do I put it this way? If if you were like a human and you like killed a bunch of like random bacteria, right? Would you say like you intentionally killed some bacteria? There's just a scale, right, that's a little bit different when it comes to like the folks controlling the universe, or I guess in this case Tevat, right? I feel like you're just being contrarian cause no, I'm not being I'm not trying to issue a contrarian. It's because of perspective. Like human laws only exist from a human to human relationship. Like our values and our belief system only apply to other humans, and you have to acknowledge this. You have to acknowledge this. Like, because we don't expect dogs, right, to behave in the same way that humans do. If a dog bites another person, it's not his fault, right? He's not being evil. He's just doing what he does naturally, right? You get what I mean? So like we can't apply like human ethics to anything that is sort of beyond the scope. Like human ethics only works within the realm of like this is good and orderly for human civilization to function and flourish, right? So so the whole entirety of like human ethics and human law only applies to human interactions. And nothing else. Like literally like nothing else in the universe can even like come under this scope, because we can only create laws for ourselves and our own society. We can't expect a higher being or a lesser being, basically a being of a different like class, like a different weight class, from like adhering to the same laws. We just cannot. Like they don't even like understand the world from, like they have a completely different worldview. They don't even live in the same world even, right? They're completely separate like ideas in that sense. Like they're not living the same life. Like they don't like die. They don't have like lives or deaths. Like they're probably like immortal if you're talking about higher beings. But lesser beings, their lifespans are so short. It doesn't even like compare. You know what I mean? Like it's just not. applicable in that sense. Sure, then by human standards, Renova is evil. Yeah, exactly, yeah. So you can say that by human standards, Renova is evil. But but you can say that by human standards, Renova is evil if she were a human. But the thing is that she's not human, so she cannot be judged by like the laws of Fontaine. You just cannot be judged that way. That's kind of like how I like to think about it. Like um these are beings that are like beyond like so for example we can judge folks like we can totally judge folks like Rerir, right, because Rerir is human or maybe was human at least at some point, so we can totally judge him for like what he did. And like for Rhine-Daughter, like I can say that okay, probably judgeable because she was a sinner and was at least human at one point, right? Probably judgeable like by human standards. We can like call her evil if we like you know are able to establish her crimes and her intentions, whatever. Like judgeable. Ronova a bit hard. Ronova a bit hard. You know, the Archons to some degree maybe, to the extent that like like they become Zhongli and now live like humans to some extent maybe. Um, and I think like to some extent like Malvika, yes, possible as well. Malvika also possible because Malvika is also technically human, right? Like judgeable, technically judgeable. Um, but then dragons, yeah, dragons a bit tough, a bit tough to judge the dragons by human standards, a bit tough. But the nice thing about the dragons did have their own laws as well, right? And so you can judge the dragons by their own dragon laws. So that one's actually can be judged. And the shades probably have their own laws as well. So you don't judge the shades by human standards, but you can actually probably judge the shades by their own standards that maybe the heavenly principles set for the shades themselves. So that's actually possible, but maybe there's a different standard that they go by, Sure, even though Archons aren't exactly human in normal way, but Hoyo always humanizing every quest. Yeah, exactly. The Archons kind of like get humanized because now Venti like talks to us and like does stuff and like and Mabika is technically human, so they get a little bit of a pass. Like Furina technically was the Archon, but not really is the Archon. The Archon there is really Egeria, who like I mean we can't really blame her. Even by human standards, she was probably doing good, you know. So I will guarantee you same will happen to Ronova when she's playable. Yeah, but I would think like for Ronova to be playable, she would basically have to be nerfed to the point that she becomes some kind of human, right? And at that point, right, I don't see why we shouldn't judge them to a human. Yeah, but only at that point. Only at that point. But you should also only judge her actions as a human, right? You shouldn't only judge her. You should probably like not judge her actions when she wasn't human, because she wasn't human. Like she wasn't under the law, right? But maybe when she becomes human, she still does bad things. Yeah, then yeah, this girl is yeah. We gotta end her. That is acceptable. I would say this is an acceptable trait. There's not a free pass to do anything, but sure, but it's not a free pass. Yes, it's not a free pass, but there's like unless we see a scene, and it is possible that we see this scene. Like unless we see a scene that Ronova is literally like, it's really fun to crush all these humans. It brings me pure joy to destroy these stupid humans. Crush them, and then like she's really like enjoying crushing these ants or something. Okay, like unless we see something like that, like then it's very clear that Mihoyo is trying to get us to judge her. Then like for example, like that's what they did with Dotori, right? It was so clear Dotori was evil, right? Super clear. Because Dotori was literally like relishing and like not caring about like this stuff. I don't think we've seen Renova do that yet, so I still want to withhold judgment. And indifference or doing evil is not much better, broski. No, it's not indifference. So the question is not indifference. Like it's like I'm not saying that like she has to like be a meme and like take joy in it. But if she reacts in the way that like the Tori reacts, that's good enough. Like that kind of the Tori indifference is good enough, right? No, I'm saying she had indifference on her face while she did it. But she's also Shinigami. Like she's literally like the Shin. Like I like I don't know if you know enough about like Shinigami like folklore or like the idea of like the quote unquote god of death, right? But gods of death do generally tend to be very indifferent to people dying because that's literally their job. So that is literally their job. That's it's like this is another Friday for me. You know, this is another Thursday for me. This is literally my job is to kill people. That is my job. I'm here to establish the rules of death in this universe, and I'm doing my job. So it's a little different, right? So it's a little different. Like if your job was literally to handle the natural laws of the universe, and one of those natural laws includes death, right? Then I can I think that type of indifference on her face is probably explainable in a reasonable way, like in a way would make it that will make it in such that she's not, you know, as evil as a Dotori would be if Dotori like Dotori's job is not to kill people, right? Dotori doesn't have this job, and it is not the natural order of the Fatugi going around killing people. That is not the natural order. Way things are doing this. At the end of the day, she's hot, so she gets a pass. Wait, the Tori was pretty hot too, though. The Tori is pretty hot too, though. I would say. It's like it's like the like you know in like Final Fantasy VII, like people always joke and meme that like Sephiroth in Final Fantasy VII, he's like the most evil person on the planet, like the most evil. He has a very tragic backstory, and like you really do feel for him. But he's like the main like and primary antagonist and super evil and stuff. But like everyone still thinks like he's gorgeous because he has this like flowing long white hair and it's just and it's just like super strong and like all the stuff. So it's kind of it's a bit of a meme to like the fact that like he's hot. Like a lot of evil people tend to be like pretty hot too. So um, but also like I like I don't think like I don't think like that model that we saw is gonna be like her final one at the end of the day. So there's still time. There's still time. There's still a lot of time before like she even comes out with the model. And then when I feel like we need to hold off on like the hotness indicator and like the rating of how hot people are until like we actually see the 3D model. Because I feel like it changes a lot. Like between the 2D art and the real life 3D models of Alice and Nicole, it's so different. Like I felt like Alice in the 2D trailer of Not Cry was like super hot, right? But I felt like her 3D model wasn't as hot as her 2D art. And then for Nicole, it was vice versa. I thought Nicole's like 2D when she came out in the trailer like wasn't that pretty, but her 3D model was like gorgeous. So I'm like, we should probably hold off until the 3D models come out before we decide on this. I don't I don't know what you're saying, but I think her model was really good. I mean, her 3D model hasn't come out yet, right? For Renova. Unless you're saying like her 3D model, unless you're talking about Alice. You thought Alice's model was really good? Um I mean, I don't think Alice's model was bad. I think Alice's model is still good. It just wasn't as good as the 2D version of it that I had in my mind, at least. At least that was for me. I don't know if it was the same for you, but I felt like Alice looked really, really pretty in 2D, and then the 2D art of like Nicole was like, who is this person? Like, I didn't even think that she was like, I'm not gonna pull for her. And I saw the 3D model and was like, okay, Alice is pretty, but maybe not as pretty as she looked in the 2D version. And then when Nicole came out, I was like, wow, she's like actually super pretty and way prettier than what she was in the 2D version. And I'm like, so I'm like, it remains to be seen what Nova's 3D model looks like. But you know, Hoyo can do a good job. They can make, obviously how hot they are is going to determine whether or not they're going to be playable. So that would be a good sense. That would be our good sense of like whether or not they're playable. And also like how tall they are, I guess. People have kind of figured out that if the character is too tall, it can't be playable. So we'll see. Ronova is definitely an interesting one. I'm most interested to see how they do Daughter, right? Because like I said, like Daughter actually was a human, so 100% judgeable. Probably did a bit more shady things. It wasn't her natural place to kill people, right? It was not. In fact, it's probably her job to keep things alive now that she's merged with Naberius, right? Her job is life. So that would be a very interesting dynamic, actually. Um, well, Varka changed that. Yeah, I guess, and then he can't fit under like he can fit under a tree log, but whereas Bennett can't or something. There was like this meme going around where someone was trying to fit under a tree log with Benny Boy, and Benny Boy couldn't fit, but they changed to Varka, and then Varka fit. That was a very funny meme. And like everyone's like, how is Varka supposed to be taller if he's like this? Alright. My goal is probably to use a bit more resin here. I know it's a meme, but it's not even fair. A small female character can fit into a lot of places. Mediums can. I mean, remember like I used to have my maze brushie? There's a part of the maze where you have to use a small character in order to fit through. I'm not sure if you managed to fit through that part of the maze. I don't remember what happened. But I remember very vivid, and it's still there. It's still my Serenity part. There's a part of the maze that you have to use like I used Diona to fit through it. I use CC, I think. Ah, okay, okay, yeah, yeah. So like the collision, honestly, the collision size, funnily enough, actually does matter in combat as well, because because for some reason the boss collisions are like super odd and weird, especially when they're doing like certain abilities, and you can get stuck or get flung up in like weird directions when certain things happen. So like the collision thing is probably something they should probably fix, to be honest. There are definitely issues with the collision stuff, like blocking and things like. There are so many times when like I'm trying to switch characters and I can't switch because of the collision overlap thing. Like you cannot switch at this time because the character is stuck underneath this boss or something. Very weird. Very weird stuff. On top of experimental design, there's a small room you enter with a robot for a puzzle. I used Nahida to get in instead, Lamal, let's go. That's good, that's good. Nahida carrying the small troop. The small cast. Do you actually still use Nahida these days? Like in I guess probably in IT, but like I wonder how Nahida has aged now that Notcry is out. I feel like Dendro has been, I mean, besides the Lunar Bloom stuff, Nahida would probably be useful in Lunar Bloom? I do not know actually. Would she? I feel like there's enough Dendro app though between Nefer and Lauma. You probably wouldn't use Nahida. But when you keep saying can't switch character in 9-10, it's because you're holding W, so character gets wedged under things. I do it subconsciously in combat. Yeah, yeah, exactly. I think that's what's going on too, yeah. So you're saying like I shouldn't be holding down W or something? I do feel like for some characters though, especially like I do have to hold it down because W is a very common like animation cancel, right? The W animation cancel, I think it's a very common animation cancel for some combos for characters, especially for Catalyst characters. But I also use it like I use W cancel for Ningguang, Setos, and I think a few other characters. Probably Lisa uses some version of W cancel as well. Yeah, but sprint works too. Yeah, but I want to save sprint for like dodging, right? Because I'm always like bad at dodging, so it's more efficient if I either W cancel or a jump cancel. And then my sprints I can actually like cancel if I'm actually dodging an attack at the same time as I'm canceling. That's like the most efficient use of the dodge. So I think you're right though. I think it's exactly what's going on. Like you're like characters getting wedged under like Hydro Tulpa or something. That does happen a lot of times. Uh, but that's the thing, right? They like why does it stop you from switching out? Like it should still switch you out in the like and pop you out of the collision. Like that should just be automatic. It's a habit I'm trying to break. Yeah, but I feel like it's also like a quality of life that they could implement where like if you try to switch when you're like under a collision, just have you snap out of the collision and switch anyway, because it is kind of annoying. Like you're trying to switch and then like, you don't actually switch, and it throws off like your rotation a little bit. So yeah, I guess it's small overall, but like, and it only happens like from time to time for certain bosses. But it has been a long-standing issue that has basically been there since the start of the game. Many times I quality of life with Arla Charge, Yelan E. What is the Arla Charge quality of life? I haven't heard of that one yet. And what's Yelan E's? They all get stuck on pebbles. Malvika doesn't have this issue. They're stuck on pebbles? Oh, what? What? Oh, you mean wait? Wait, does Arla Kino have a special movement with her charge? I didn't actually know that. Huh. I thought her charge attack was just like consume Bond of Life. Early charge is when she gets her wings out to move fast. Oh. Is that a whole E? Or is that like a... Is that a whole E for her? Hold charge. So when she uses charge attack, she also dashes? I didn't actually know that. I guess most of the time when I was using my friend's Arlecchino, I was already like right in front of the enemies, so I probably wouldn't have noticed. Yeah, she swipes and dashes forward a bit. I see, okay. So she gets stuck on the pebble. That the pebbles are... Well, at least in the Abyss, there's no pebbles. So it's probably not an issue there. It's only like overworld there's pebbles, I guess. Imaginarium there's no pebbles either, so probably fine. You can cross water if I recall correctly. Very nice, very nice. We'll take that. Alrighty. I want to see now how much I have 19 minutes. Okay. We have 19 minutes until I can use my I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. So in the meantime, let me pull up a pause screen. See what pause screen can we do today. Aha! We can do Selenic Chronicles! Ta-da! Actually, wait, I need to see. Oh wait, no, I've already done it this morning, I think. I was trying to check if Vorka gave me like new anecdotes, but I finished all my anecdotes today. I talked to David and got the final Durin anecdote. And then basically finished Selenic Chronicles-ish. Okay, this doesn't work. And I think one of my meeting points are glitched. I don't know why, but Iluga doesn't show up in my Cliffwatch camp. There's supposed to be dialogue. I don't know, Blushy, if you know where Iluga is, but he doesn't show up in Cliffwatch camp for me. I've been trying to get his meeting point dialogue, but I can't find him. He just doesn't appear. So I don't know if you know like where he usually appears. Or maybe like he's stuck in a quest or something that I'm not aware of. But let me know if you have an idea, because I've never actually talked to like Iluga. Like, do you know where he usually shows up? Weird, I forgot. Dang. Because he just doesn't show up for me anymore. And I've already completed like the Iluga quest. I've like 100% everything. Like the rocket quest and everything, so I'm not sure like where he is. I'm guessing he's probably stuck somewhere like in a world quest or like I thought on the street. Oh, he's actually on the street. I mean, there's not... Yeah, I don't see him on the street, I guess. Zach. I'm guessing he's usually along the street, but not for me. So... Start oven, what is this? Make mushroom phantasm. Ooh. Wood made by grinding rye. Rye flour. Ooh. Ooh, I got delicious mushroom phantasm. Look at this. Very nice. Some of these are weird to start. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I can't find Iluga anymore, so I actually can't get his King Point dialogues. Which is kind of sad. Well, we can go visit Columbina. Columbina always has a new dialogue. No matter what. She has like 1,000,000 dialogues, so... The Atlantic Chronicles... Dialogue set 1. Around.
来てくれたんだね。この子たちまたライアーで遊んでるの。よかったらこの前みたいに何か弾いてあげてくれない？
Let's see, which dialogue set is this one? Liar. Wait, this is not showing up for me. Let me see. Which one is this? The dialogue finally repeated once, or maybe it's not similar to the old one. Oh, okay. I think this one is like a repeat. This is a repeat of the Kuhenki Liar one. Which one is this though? Anyway, we'll leave this here for now and then we'll come back to it. Gonna do quickly use the bathroom, come back. Be right back. Does it refresh like every day for you, Brushy, or only like once a week? This page is missing dialogue. Yeah, it's still missing dialogue. There's a lot of dialogue that isn't even in here yet. Once a week? Ah, okay. So it's still once a week. Interesting. But there's there's like there's quite a lot. Right, well, let me switch over to this really quick. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Dominica Sakorula Okorula mia Denteat Venestora Asinsomnia Forora Oh, Ready? Almost there. Ooh, what is this? Oh, this is whether or not the audio plays. Gotcha.
来てくれたんだね。この子たち、またライアーで遊んでるの。よかったら、この前みたいに何か弾いてあげてくれない？ちょうど私も普段と違う曲が聴きたくて。不思議な感じ。昔、たまにこんな感じのメロディーを聴いてたけど、君が弾くと、また違った感じがする。
旅人のこの国に対する感情がこもってるからじゃないか？
不思議だね。曲調から風景が想像できる。実際は、私の想像とどれくらい違うんだろう。
見たいのか？オイラたちがガイドしてやるぞ。
うん。いつかその日が来たら、お願い。この子たち、満足したみたい。でも、また教えてってお願いするかも。
Alright, and we are back. Set to do another recording. Actually, it's actually pretty cool. So, it looks like what it's actually doing is that it's replaying some of the older scenes, but allowing you to choose different dialogue. So for like this one, it was the song one. And I remember for the song one, I had picked like play Colombina's song. But this time, because it's a repeat, I was able to pick the other option, which is like play a foreign song from a foreign land. And so that's actually pretty cool. So I'll and it's nice that I've now restarted this on the Sunday because I used to have to do this on a Monday because that was when I first did it. But now that I've restarted on a Sunday, I can actually stream the Columbina anecdotes on a weekly basis. That'll be cool. I will be able to keep continuing these Columbina anecdotes pretty much indefinitely, it seems. Because if she's going back to all of the different options that you could have chosen for all of the previous quests, that's like a ton. So we can keep going on this Columbina one. At this point, like, I will never be able to release this meeting point because like we'll always have stuff to do. People don't like her Lalas in combat. Lalas. She has Lalas in combat. Dang. Like she like makes the Lala sound when she's fighting. When she does the normals, is that right? It's pretty funny actually. I didn't realize that was the thing. Clearly I haven't used Call of Duty enough. La 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 I feel like okay wait. I feel like there is supposed to be new like people to challenge, right? I don't know why they don't show up in any of these spots. Let me check that still really quick. I feel like there was. But charge attacks have a variation of laws. I'm guessing they probably added it in there to have a bit of a nicer touch, but PCG players manual. I've already done heated battle mode. Isn't there like an option to trying to think here, wasn't there an option to show like TCG challenges on the map? Where did that one go? Oh, it's here. Search for players. Did we get players? I feel like they released some new player challenges, but I don't see it. Maybe it was in Fontaine. Nope. Oh, wait. Waiting feedback. Okay, I see some folks here. Some of these folks are showing up now. Was it Natlan? Might have been Natlan. Let me see. Aha, yeah, see, there are some challenges I haven't done in Natlan. Like some Scions, folks. Alright. I knew they recently released some of these newer challenges. I haven't done them yet. Michika! Time to get wrecked, son. Opposing characters do +1 damage? Ain't no way. What is this? Axe? Actually axe. Alright. +1 damage, you say? Which one should I use? Yamka or... I feel like I want to use the Benny Boy deck. Use 1 Elemental Burst. Achieve victory within 5 rounds. Actually, if I'm using 1 Elemental Burst, might as well use... Might as well use my Burst deck, right? I think. Yamka it is. Yeah, it's good. It's actually pretty good. Okay, we got food items. Electro dice, please. I need my electro dice. Right. 1 Dunyar coming up. Artifact coming up. I did not get electro dice. My gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay, wait. Stuck. I can play this one. Two fewer, yes. Exactly what I need. Nice.
見切りました。
Like, I have to attack once. You guys gonna do big damage.
どうか私の誠意を感じてくれ。
What? It's not the right. It's not the right card. Okay, okay. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Ouch. Ouch. Okay. What is his next attack? Deal 2 damage and draw 1 food card. I think that's okay. Ouch. Okay, let's do this.
今こそ出陣の時。
Use a big burst. Nine
こ
damage.
こより弱滅の時。
Let's go. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Dun 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 dun. I think that's fine. I do think we use Levin here. Save 1 dice. Probably get taken out next round, but I do have more bursts. Oh, that's not very useful, I think. Cryo and Dendro is what I need. Hey.
無臭。
Wait, actually, can I take him out right away? I can. And I have extra to spare too. Kaboom! Kaboom! Take that, Michika. Kaboom! How many do I have? 3150. Pretty good, pretty good. If you kept checking the packages, oh my. Alright, parametric is done. 19 minutes was a lot faster than I thought. I guess ECG matches do take a while, huh? Alrighty. Parametric plays here. I was maxing out on berries, so let's get our berries under control. Max out the berries. Gonna have Benny Bokendan. And they still have not updated. Oh wait, they have updated this for Darkrai. That's good. It's actually pretty good. Okay. Alrighty. Let me swap over here. That did not work. That did not work at all. Okay, wait, hold up. This is just badge. What? Borderless window. Like what? How is it doing this? Oh, I guess it doesn't show now because it's showing up as a window instead of eh. Let me go back to full screen then. Maybe backlights are good enough. Let's see if this shows up. There we go. Oh, I was on the wrong one, that's why. Wait, hold up. Oh, oh, I can explain my 10 antique.
Sister, while I delve into my current predicament, would you mind handing Hero those lotus spirits over there? I can feel the curse coming on a touch.
Here you are, Hero.
Thank you. Where was I? Oh, right. I'd put out feelers that I was a
Vi sitter
retired
här i
master
väntan,
trainer
spelar
with a
lite
poor,
Dota, that's
legless
true.
child. Or possibly a kidneyless wife. I can't remember now who didn't have what. One of them was very sick. And wouldn't you know, I'd been pulled back into a life of supercrime for one last job.
Super crime. What?
Room at the Black Barb Inn, and guess who was sitting in the dark, calmly smoking a cigarette?
I hope it was Blake Sextus, or this story is going
What
to
kind
go
of
on
name is this?
forever.
Blake Sextus.
It was Blake Sextus, and this story is about to get riveting. I promise you.
Alrighty. Lotus Spirits. Come on, give me a good one!
Hit your treasure.
I got trash Trash items. Oh, it is mythical though. Rare. I got the other ones already. Oh, mythical is not bad, I guess. I can get a Rhino or a Might of the Thunder Ram. I'll take this one. Although, I guess I will at some point play Disruptor. Let's go ahead and find match here. Yeah, I guess I'll probably equip this one. It looks. Static Lord is also pretty strong though. Tempest Collar. Rare. Hammer of the Static Lord. Uncommon. Rare. Storm Thrasher. I feel like this one looks cooler though. Maybe gifted. Let's use this one. Crown of the Thunder Ram. This one is apparently more mythical, so let's use this one. Oops, game starting. Pauldrons of the Thunder Ram. Common. It looks like the static board says mythical, but it's actually has a lot of common items on it. Sus. Got scammed as usual. As usual. Alright, I'm gonna get scammed again. They changed like the patch entirely, so all of my heroes are like badge now, and I have to like rethink how I'm supposed to play this game. Bandrow. Trash hero. Needs to get banned immediately. If nobody's picking Lifesteal, I'm just gonna pick it. Yeah, let me just pick it. Thought this guy played Lifestealer and he just went like 3 gauntlets of strength or something. So I guess I'm doing that? Question mark. I saw this guy's build. This is this guy's build.
10 seconds. 5 seconds remaining.
We got Faceless Void. Ain't no way, son.
A thief in the fight. Yes. Prepare for battle. Remember what happened the last time you said that? Crawl. Fallen. Fire and ice. 30 seconds to battle. For the taking. I scramble. Finally. You can't make me. Yes, master.
Well played, well played.
As the match
Dang, man. Are you playing a weird boom resolution? I thought you don't watch. I thought you're just audio only, Brushy. What is this? There's no weird boomer resolution. This is just the Dota resolution I play. I get extra tall, so I have more advantage. I can see more of the map than other people can. All according to Keikaku. Alright, all according to Keikaku. Dang it. I'm gonna have to get ridiculous. Oh, we got one kill, it's good enough. $16-10, then play on vertical monitor Lomao. It's a stack, guys. We need to contest that. How in the world? Yeah, we're just gonna do Radiance, I guess. Actually, maybe like Diffusal? I think I'm on Radiance. I don't know what Magic Hero is doing, man. At least I got Infest. Okay. Well done. Would be cool if that worked, but then you're blind sideways. Yeah, you don't have much sideways. I mean, I guess if you just have like a really big monitor and you can like zoom out the entire, you can see the whole map technically. Like imagine you play on like 5 screens and you can see the entire map in at once. I feel like that would be a bit too much information anyway.
Something bad is happening to your top tower.
Oh my god, so annoying. Come on, Jakiro, you gotta use your spells a bit more here. Well played, well played. We got all of them. We got all of them.
Your middle tower.
All attributes feel really good. Are you even allowed to zoom out so far? I mean, technically, you're allowed to see
Middle tower.
the entire map. It's just whether or not you have enough screens to like pay attention to it. Like, it's not technically like,
Foul of some harsh fellow.
as long as you're not like map hacking, like you should be totally allowed to be able to see like
Is under attack.
the other parts of the map.
Sucking
And pros generally just do this anyway, like they click around the map to see what's going on mid lane and top lane all the time, so
your top tower. Use your
mostly just quality of life. I don't think it's like a whether you're allowed or anything. I'm pretty sure it's technically fine. Oh, there's like bounty hunter. Quickly take this out.
yes.
What is this? Intelligence. Instantly restores 50 mana plus 5% max mana when consumed. Okay, I got a mana item. Interesting. Here he goes. We're doing pretty well. I meant allowed as in in-game even capable of zooming out. Yeah, I don't think in-game is allowed. You can zoom out that much. I think this is pretty much the max zoom. I don't even think there's a... Well, in replays there's a way to change. I'm not sure if like in-game you can change the zoom level. It feels like it's fixed. I can't even zoom in. Like, if I were to zoom in, that doesn't actually work, seems like. Feel like Clinks is gonna go silence. He's not actually going silence. Maybe not. Got gold. Exactly what I needed. Okay. Farmy time.
Yes, master.
See if I can track these guys. Yo, I got it. I got both caps stacked. Beautiful. What is this? Oh well. That's why I need a Vasher. Probably get dust as well. So I can deal with this clink.
Lives to steal. Yes.
He was going specialist, it looks like.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
Oh, we got gem. Okay. Take it. Let me just farm though. Probably have this. Very good. Man, why would you climb go in that direction, Earthshaker? Come on, man. Not even there, and he just lost gem again. I think we gotta back out. We got 5. Back out, back out. Nice. I think we're doing well though, at least. Can we get this guy? Get this guy?
Fortified structures can't be breached. I could. No change at all.
I'm gonna hit base, I guess. So pushing me to camps, very good. Okay, I got Scepter now. Oh. Done. No go. You gemmed.
No chains can hold me.
Maybe we get.
Yes. I scramble. Lives to steal.
This will come in handy.
Attack! Who to take my claws into their lives?
Invisibility.
Enemy's mid tower down. Another bulwark falls. Bride of the morning. Finally. Yes.
Building a future.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. You're looking shipshape indeed. Your top tower is under attack.
I'm not this way instead. Hold on. These guys are just getting destroyed.
Fortified. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Spray your nuts. No chains can hold me. Steal ahead. Lives to steal. Sing a shanty for the enemy's top tower. Lives for the taking.
Yeah, I think Manta makes sense. I can dispel.
Did you notice they're attacking your bottom tower? Your bottom tower is under attack. Yes. Your bottom tower has fallen. Are you playing half seas over? As thou
There shall be shankers by the acres.
Probably need to just buy a Bloodthorn at this rate. Even doesn't deal with Faceless Void very well.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Help your bottom tower.
Surprisingly, Ventrilo is still around. I'm sure it's still around. They're not just gonna. See, it's very hard for things to end of service. It's very hard for things to get to their end of service, as you can tell.
Radiant fortified their structures. Attack the heroes. Yes, master. Yes. Did you notice they're attacking your bottom tower? Say goodbye to your bottom tower. Lives to
Bro, what the hell?
Yes.
Discord is dying? Is it actually dying? Tried to TP, but I got rooted by the ancient creeps. It's kind of lame. Kinda lames.
Did you notice they're attacking your bottom tower?
There we go. Beautiful. Probably just go for Moonshot next. Oh, he didn't catch Tinker though. Did not catch Tinker though.
The enemy's middle barracks have fallen.
Hope sink, just like Kunkka's ships.
Your middle tower
I'd
is
say like
under attack.
probably Monkey King Bar.
They're trying to break your middle tower. Your middle tower just went hard over.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Middle barracks under attack. Your middle barracks have fallen.
Your middle barracks just got liquidated. Here's your top tower, very
Well done. What in the world? Okay, we got MKB now.
Yes.
Me too. Get back, get back. What was this?
No chains can hold me.
Yeah, we can end, I think. They have no buyback. No buyback, we can end.
Yes, master. You can't. Dire structures are fortified. Yes, master. The enemy's bottom barracks just took a dip. Oh, you just smashed the enemy's middle tower.
GG.
The Dire Angel is decommissioned. Radiant take the day.
Life Stealer Pro Carry. I played well. The men team. Pretty good, pretty good. MVP, let's go. MVP. Go to the end, and then they were just like, they just kept buying back, we just kept killing them. Ooh boy, look at this. Yeah, they had an advantage as well at at that point. I think we died a couple of times, but towards the end, I think our Tinker played really well though. Look at this. Tinker doing... Tinker Divine Rapier, let's go. What in the world is going on? I took 142,000 damage. Bro, this hero is kind of broken. What the heck? As long as I'm hitting an enemy, like they can't kill me because I'm just life stealing so much. It's kind of insane. I'm like even that end fight, I was like 1v1 that Quinks, and like he was like hitting me with so much damage, but I was just healing all of it up, and he couldn't kill me. Plus I bashed with Bloodthorn too, so it's like pretty good, pretty good. Alright, quick bathroom break.
A thief in the fight.
Do a dinner break really quickly. Let's pull up our episodes clip. Wait, did I already post this one? Whoops. Oh no, I didn't yet. Silver Moon is still, yeah. Let's make this EXX. Okay. Why did bro turn the screen off? Wait, hold up. We're starting. We're gonna add stuff. We're gonna play stuff. Here we go. Favorite mukbang when? Ain't no way, Rushy. What? 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 Okay, let's skip to about like the middle part. There we go. Alright. Dinner time? What are these? What are these random emojis? Holiday cookie? Dorito chip? What the? Wait, I realized this should be. Oh, nope, that did not work. It's you? What do you mean? Doritos chip need heal? Give heal? Holiday cookie? Great get that? What does that even mean? What? Where's cooking stream? Here we are. We're cooking fish. Look, please cooking fish. The 2D Alice looks so good, but 3D Alice also looks good. But like, Boca. It'll be hard to imagine Alice moving around with that big hat, though. It is a very big hat. I like my women in 2D. Ooh, Mr. Rock with a big halo would be crazy. That's true, actually. He does have a huge halo. Maybe it just disappears, though, in certain like animation. Also, there's something about the way Lanyang's hair is flying that actually is a little bit disturbing. The silhouette had the halo and Dubai animation. Nicole is love, Nicole is life. I also like how in the Japanese it's like Nico. Nico. Oh, Abisu no koto ka. Nico. Wait, Dying Quest went. Hey, you're right. We should be having a Dying Quest soon. Fair though, because we actually did get Dying in the main Archon quest. Maybe there won't be like a Dying quest this time because Dying that did technically show up when we were fighting Warrior. Yeah, because if he shows up when we were fighting Barrier, then maybe he doesn't need to show up again. Even had like a scene where we were able to like use him, quote unquote, where he just comes in and slashes a bunch of things and instantly kills stuff. Also, I keep getting these like official top up bonus. I mean, Oyo keeps trying to sell me a 5% discount on their like pop up center, and I'm like, bro, bro. They make it seem like it's expensive. I'm like, it's a 5% discount on $5. It's like literally 25 cents. I'm like, exclusive? Yeah, exactly. Is it exclusive? Like everybody has this. I don't really get it, but it sounds like they want to have people like use the top up center rather than all the third party sites, which I think makes sense. I think the third party sites were basically like were basically able to give people discounts because they were trying to make money off of the currency exchange basically, and so essentially like you could purchase gems in a cheaper currency and make money off of the difference. But like I think it was something that MiHoYo was cracking down on. So there were a lot of like different third party sites that were basically doing the same thing, taking advantage of the currency conversion rates. Because there's always a bit of inefficiency in the pricing where everything needs to be priced like with a X $99, right? And in every country like the currency rates always like move a little bit. So there's always a bit of arbitrage that you can do. Shops like LD Shop or Hehar by Hoyo. Hoyo apparently seem not to bundle things or something. I don't really know. Either way, now their prices suck. Dang, LD Shop. Yeah, that makes sense that they're cracking down on the ability to maybe like use cross region purchases. Maybe this is just their way of like getting more people to use the top up. But I feel like if they want people to use the top up center, they should just give better discounts. To be honest, would it really hurt them to give like a 20% discount on some of this stuff? And like I would say like Welkin, I would honestly argue that the battle pass is not worth $10. Probably worth like $5. I mean, it gives you quite a bit of resources, but not that many wishes, and the battle pass weapons aren't all that great. On the Shuzo websites, like a Nemo offer 30% discount with a 10% dash cashback deal. It was actually a decent deal. Aniba, what is this? Let's see what Genshin prices are. Pop Crystals Genshin Global. 10% cashback. That's pretty good. 10% is something. It's pretty good. Much better than all those credit cards. You know. Technically, you could stack it on top of credit cards. Or just with a credit card, you get credit card cashback as well, on top of this other cashback. Although credit card cashback for like discount purchases is typically really low, it's like 2% at most. Not credit card cashback, only the shop. Yeah, but if you can pay with credit card, your credit card should still give you a cashback for paying with the credit card. Like if you pay with Visa or MasterCard or something. So you basically get cashback on top of cashback that you're already getting from making usual purchases. Yeah, because any purchases you make with a credit card generally has some level of cashback. It depends on the card you use, obviously. And for gacha purposes, it's usually a very low amount. Although like games or merchandise or something categories. They hold a competitive price if people wouldn't see these websites. Yeah, exactly. They should just have sales more often. They used to have a good one, like the Google Play Store. They used to have like this $3 coupon that was insane. Like you could get the coupon and basically like get a Welkin for $2. It was like $1.99. It was like insane, insane value. I don't know some of the websites like official partner like Loot Bar or Quota Shop. I don't remember which are there official partners, official third party. What you would pop up? Quota Shop and Razor Gold. It sounds like. Or at least that's what this user says. I don't know if that's actually true. Loot Bar is not legit, apparently. But apparently it's Quota Shop and Razor Gold. Well, I know Lucky actually uses Razor Gold. Like that's how he gives Welkins and stuff. Sounds like Loot Bar doesn't work anymore. According to this user, but I cannot confirm. It's legit? What do you mean? Which one's legit, sorry? Loot Bar, really? This user says Loot Bar is not legit. User Gavaris says Loot Bar is not legit. Someone else replies, I had used Loot Bar successfully in the past, but after the newest update, the transaction failed. This was like a month ago, though. Let me see if there's a more recent post on Loot Bar. Loot Bar 4 days ago, 16 days ago, Loot Bar was banned by Hoyoverse. I've heard rumors that Loot Bar isn't safe anymore to use. Is it true or just a rumor? People have had problems with it, and Hoyoverse had to come out and clarify that they won't be responsible for anything that happens to your account. I've just finished reading their TOS and it was updated recently. You can now be banned by using third-party sites. It hasn't happened, but it's not worth the risk. Uh-oh. Inappropriate user behavior. You are prohibited from engaging in directly or indirectly use of any unapproved payment methods, including but not limited to top-ups via any channels or third parties not endorsed or approved by Cognosphere. Uh-oh. Whoa. You said it wasn't? Honestly, it's harder to find fake ones than real ones. Maybe something recent. It sounds like it's recent, yeah. Sounds like Loot Bar was recently. Hoyo directive cease all supply to Loot Bar immediately. Someone has received official directive from Hoyoverse that partners are not allowed to distribute any Hoyoverse title to Loot Bar effective immediately 12 March 2026. So it's pretty recent, yeah. Looks like they got canned. March 12 is like what? Just a couple of weeks ago? I think people are reporting they couldn't buy through Loot Bar, so. Yeah, but it sounds like non-official sponsors are technically against COS. No, that's crazy. And Loot Bar is saying that they are undergoing maintenance. They haven't admitted that they were canned yet, but they were just saying they're in maintenance or something. All three Hoyo games have the top-up services disabled on Loot Bar. I guess I won't be using those shops, so you get a slap of fans for first offense. But I don't know. It doesn't sound like anybody's actually gotten slapped yet. You probably wouldn't risk it though. It sounds like they did update TOS, and they always like ask you to recheck the TOS every time they update, but nobody reads the update, so. Take with it what you will, I guess. Technically, all the mods and stuff are also like against TOS, but I know people still mod. People still use third-party tools to like scan their artifacts, right? Well, you want to do it with caution, I guess. But it sounds like Loot Bar isn't even working right now, so unless you have like other sites that you're using, I probably would risk it. I don't know if any other sites are working right now. Sounds like Loot Bar isn't, but if you have other sites, then maybe they work. Does Coda Shop and like um Razer Gold not give discounts, I guess? Aniba? Let me see if Aniba has been flagged. Genshin top-up platforms I don't see anything about Aniba recently. I saw that working like 2 days ago. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's any discussion on Aniba right now, so probably fine. It's Aniba safe to top up Genshin. There was recently I tried to use Aniba to buy Genesis crystals. There was an error on Aniba stating that Hoyo blocked the top up. Almost simultaneously, I received a notification in the Hoyo Lab app saying, "Attention, unsafe top up warning." I thought Aniba is an official top up for Genshin? Question mark? Most of these marketplace stores are run by stolen credit card scams. The only official partners top up sites are Coda Shop and Razer. Anything with up to 20% discount is probably using Japanese pricing. That's true, because the Japanese yen like dropped a ton. Probably getting a lot of discounts by switching to Japanese currency and like converting to USD. I'm beginning to think it's all stolen. I look at all the regional pricings and of the official partners, the only currency that was listed below USD 100 was Quota Shop South Korea. Genshin is not available in Razor Gold Japan or Quota Shop Japan. Official top up does not allow topping up for someone else. Ah, okay. You're not allowed to give top up under the official top up center. That's kind of lame, but I guess. How the hell are you finding post users? I literally know some of them use it. I think Google is feeding you bias. No, I'm just reading Reddit posts. I'm just looking for Reddit posts. Here's a link to this post. A month ago. Sounds like you just search for a certain Reddit post, it'll show up. When was the last time you used one though, Bershi? Because it also could be country specific. That's the thing. So like the currency exchange thing like could be like the geographies that get blocked could be like specific geographies. So it might not be like unable to be used throughout, globally. VPN to Indonesia, maybe Indonesia is a strategy. Honestly, I think if you VPN, you would probably bypass some of these restrictions that other people are facing. I'm pretty sure you can. Because I'm pretty sure like there's a they're using some kind of geo block, I guess. They're cheaper. But do you still pay in CAD or do you pay in like Indonesian? I guess I don't like rupees. Is that what it is? Indonesian currency. Indonesian currency. Rupiah, which is what 1 rupiah is 0.0008. This doesn't make any sense. I need to swap these. 1 USD is 16,165 Indonesian rupiah. Oh, that was a weak currency. I use all the VPN and these sites are still cheaper. Oh really? That means they're right then. That means the fact that they must be like using stolen credit cards then to fund their website. Because if they can give you a cheaper discount than the actual currency exchange, then the only other option is that they're basically just making money off of stolen credit cards. Where at some point the credit card they're using will be like deleted or something, and they just use another stolen credit card. So what it seems like is that official subreddit, I don't know what to tell you, they work. No, like I said, like it could work for you, but maybe not for other people. This is possible. Just because it works for you doesn't mean it works for everyone. Just because it doesn't work for one person doesn't mean doesn't work for everybody either. It's possible that it works for some and not for others. And also, this was like a month ago, so things could have changed. Right, because people live in different geographies. So where you're accessing it from matters, and what you're paying in, the currency that you're paying in also matters. Um, Now, obviously, I don't know the details of exactly why, but there are a lot of reasons why this will be the case. It could also be that they fixed it. It's been a month. that change. Like you can't really test it until like, hey, everybody try at the exact same time. You know, many different reasons why it could have been different. Again, this is just one person's post. It doesn't mean like I believe it and it's the same for everybody. Just one person's post, but if it happened to one person, it could happen to other people as well. That's all. That's all I'm saying. If it didn't happen to you, then fine. That's just keep doing it. I'm just saying there seems to be a case where someone has gotten flagged on this before. Take it with a grain of salt. He could be lying, right? He could be lying. This is just a Reddit post. He could literally just be making things up. It could be fake news. He could have generated this message from AI. So also take that into consideration. Generally, like you probably want quite a few like instances where this has come up for you to see like for me to be able to say that okay, for sure there's a pattern. So far it seems like it's very sporadic though. There's not a lot of people complaining about it. Although the fact that they changed their TOS probably signals that they're somehow cracking down on these sites. But at the timeline itself, I'm not sure. Well, it's the same thing as FPS Unlocker. I saw the video user with no issue myself, including yet you still see posts saying that they got banned. I think they're not telling full story. Yeah, that's possible as well. But I also think like FPS unlockers are probably not a lot of people use it to begin with, so it's hard to have like a critical mass to definitively say whether something is. I feel like a lot of people are just gonna play it safe, right? Unless you have like a significant part of the community doing it, it's hard to really test and like verify. Okay, we need at least maybe 10 people that can verify that it actually happened, and then I think that's pretty hard to get. Although I don't know, I don't really know how common FPS unlockers are, but I mean, at least from what I can tell, none of my friends use it. I know friends who use other things like they mod the actual model of the character. I know friends who do that and they haven't gotten banned. Um, well, I don't think any of my friends use FPS unlockers, so I'm not sure. Check the GitHub page and it's got more than 10 people using it. How many people though? Like GitHub. FPS unlocker Genshin. Unlocks a 60 FPS cap. It has 25 watching and 3.4k stars with 7 contributors. Last update was December 15, 2025. That's not a lot of people. Obviously, it doesn't tell us how many people are using it. But seems like a generally small group of folks compared to the overall Hoyo like player base, obviously. But I also think FPS unlocking is probably not that game breaking. Hoyo's probably got their hands full with the third party site one because I think that one actually impacts their revenue directly. The other stuff probably like not as much. Check the post out issues tab. Well, not every user is a GitHub user. I don't know what your point is. I also know that Hoyo knows that I use it because when I use the unsigned version, I got kicked to the main menu. It's hard to tell, right? Like, because you can't tell how many people actually use it unless maybe there's a way that GitHub tracks like polls, like the number of times the repo was pulled. I don't know if it does. track this source. It has 252 forks, I guess. But it's hard to tell unless you track the downloads. But like I said, like I didn't even know about this until you told me. What's the point you're trying to get me a confident? It's a non-significant amount, that's all I'm saying. No. Yeah, you can say that it's a non-significant amount, but what I'm trying to say is that it's not a significant amount of people enough to be able to like have a to be able to like survey these folks and say like have they been banned or not? You know what I mean? It's too few. There's just too few folks for it to even show up. Like how many of these folks even like scour the Reddit? Like you know what I mean? So it's like it's too rare. That's what I'm trying to say. Like the number of eligible people who could even report that they got banned is so small that it would like like even if it were true, right, that some people were getting banned, it would be so few that you wouldn't be able to be confident enough scrolling through Reddit posts to be able to say like definitively whether people are getting banned or not because it's just too few. The intersection of the folk that would use FPS Unlocker and then be on the Reddit to post is just way too small at this point. I mean, I'm gonna top up whether you're a minority compared to total bench and player base count. Yeah, I don't know the stats about that. But the difference is that the difference here is that from the Genshin perspective, they can actually track that through the revenues, right? That are coming through. Like there is a way for them to be able to track like how many people use their top up centers, and I believe they probably found a way to start tracking like which sites are like how the sites are buying from them essentially, which is how they're probably trying to crack down on it. I don't think that they've fully figured it out yet, but which is why some sites are probably still alive. But I think the fact that they changed their TOS and the fact that like this is the thing, like the fact that they've started to like crack down on these third party sites makes it sound like they are making like a concerted effort to track down like which of these transactions actually come from these third party sites. And so I wouldn't be surprised if in the future like some of these third party sites get shut down. That's what I'm saying. I'm sure it could be a small amount, but it seems like at least to Hoyoverse's perspective, it's a non-trivial amount that they would actually like make the effort to track this. So maybe it's insignificant, but it's doesn't. They are making an effort to to do it, and they've updated the TOS specifically to say that as well. So I'm like, they're on this. They know what's happening. They're aware it's happening. And it's clear that they don't like it happening either. And I'm not sure that it's a small minority though. Like every single Genshin creator, like basically, pretty much every single Genshin creator that I've watched, like basically is like sponsored by these third party sites. I won't say like it's every single one, but a lot of the ones that I've watched and follow are like I can barely think of one that that isn't, to be honest. Maybe at some point they have like a different sponsor and that's fine. But a lot of them have at least at some point in time like been sponsored by one of these third party sites. Including the Lore Keeper channel that I was sharing you about by Minsley. She does get sponsored by these third party sites. A lot of the meta creators, people who like follow the meta and like give people advice on builds, also have this. And yeah, I'm not sure what it means for their channels and whether they will continue to be sponsored by those companies, but we'll see. Yeah, why do we keep saying posts asking if X website is safe to talk about? People aren't convinced they are safe. so many people go through official channels. I mean, we keep seeing posts asking a lot of things, and it's not just this specific question, right? What I'm saying is not so much that I'm not trying to say that I know a lot of people use it, but I at least am able to say that a lot of people probably know that they exist. I don't know how much of that percentage of people would actually be convinced. But for example, there are people like you, right, Brushy? If you just think of like what percentage of people are like you, right, and would be willing to be a little bit unsafe, take a little bit of risk, right? Um, in order to get like I don't know how much of a discount it is for you, but it's like 20% discount. I'm not sure. But if you just think about it from your perspective, I'm pretty sure there are quite a few people who think like you, right? Like you're not like one of the few people. I'm pretty sure like your way of thinking is pretty common as well. Like it's not like everyone's like, oh, I have to play by the rules and stick with TOS all the time. I'm pretty sure there are a lot of people, including like I said, like I have friends who like use mods to literally like change the way their character looks in the game, and you know there are people who are willing to take risks for like really even just for fun, honestly. Like and in this case, it's like taking a risk for some monetary value. So I don't know. I feel like maybe it's not a big portion at the end of the day because like there are a lot of casual players who don't even care, right? But I feel like for folk who are like min maxing ish, like people with like a min max kind of mentality, and there are probably a decent chunk of folks who are like min maxers, right? Probably is pretty tempting to them. And given that they're probably well read and they probably have come across some of these top up sites, so I think maybe 1% of people use FPS unlockers, maybe 2% tops. Yeah, FPS unlockers probably like very few. like I know about it, but like it's also like whether people would like it wouldn't benefit me to use it. I don't have much FPS to begin with. Um, but unlike FPS unlockers, I feel like everybody could benefit from a discount, right? Like you don't need a specific PC to benefit from the discount. But for FPS unlockers, like you probably need to know a little bit about your specs and like you probably need to have played a lot of games at higher FPS and stuff like that as well. Yeah, my job part is that people will always say they have issues, but you never know the full story. I don't think we need a big number of players to confirm it's safe. Oh no! I'm not trying to say that you need a big number of people to confirm it's safe. I think you need a bigger number of players to confirm it's dangerous. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm actually trying to confirm the other point. Right? Like you need a bigger number of people to confirm that Hoyo is actually taking action. That's what I was trying to say. Sorry if I misled you a little bit. I meant to say like you need more people to because it's very easy for like a few handful of people to lie, right? And just like try to do it for attention, or they're hiding something, right? Like you said. So you actually need a bigger number of people to confirm that it's actually dangerous. That's what I'm trying to say. There needs to be like enough people to say, hey, this happened to me, this happened to me, and then you can like really announce like, hey, there's a PSA, this doesn't work anymore. Doesn't matter, it goes both ways. Suppose I say because Ding or her, but again, we never know the full story. Right. But if there were a bigger number of players, right, then it becomes more than just anecdotal, right? It becomes more than just anecdotal. There's like a pattern now. And then if all of the patterns are consistent, it's harder to say like, oh, I organized 1,000 people who say the same thing, right? It's harder to say that. To be able to do that in a coordinated effort. So then you start to say, okay, maybe there's actually some truth here. I'm saying it's already big enough. Having much more wouldn't really reveal much. I mean, like, sorry, which one is already big enough? Are you still talking about the FPS unlocker, or are you talking about the Coda shop, the top ups? Well, the two different ones here that we were talking about. So for the FPS unlocker, I think that's small either way. Like yeah, like the you think the FPS unlocker is big enough in the sense that like there are enough people posting about it, or not enough people posting about it? Like I think at the end of the day, what you're trying to say is that you're willing to take the risk because you haven't seen a lot of posts saying that FPS unlocker banned them or anything, right? That's what you're trying to say, and that's fine. That's totally fine. And from my perspective, I don't actually think like Hoyo would really do it because it's not, you know, from a Hoyo perspective, like it's doesn't really hurt their bottom line. So I would probably be biased towards the cap, saying that it's probably safe rather than it's probably dangerous, right? But for specifically for the um I'm gonna take the risk because of other players, but my own experience over the last 4 years, yeah, that's totally fine, right? But again, you need to be careful about the historical precedent. Historical precedent is a really big bias that a lot of us have, even myself, right? Like we always tend to think that like because something has happened for a really long time means it won't happen in the future, and that's just not true, right? Um, just think like stock market, you know, whatever has happened in the last 4 years doesn't mean that it's going to happen again next year or the year after, and so on and so forth. So we just have to be careful of our own biases. And like for me, the reason I would be willing to take the risk if I were to do it, and I wouldn't because it doesn't fit me, right? But if I were to take the risk of the FPS unlocker, my reasoning would be less about my historical experience. It would be less about what other people say, although that will probably have some factor into it. My biggest reason for doing it is probably because it doesn't hurt Hoyo's bottom line. So it doesn't make sense from Hoyo's perspective to even go after people FPS unlocking, right? So that would be my reasoning to do it. And it would probably make me pretty confident that in your case you're probably safe, you know? Um so and then maybe you add on historical experience and then you add on like the fact that nobody has ever been done before and then that adds to your confidence. So I think that's fine. Um on on the on the top up shot one though, that one is dangerous because there is a very clear monetary incentive for Hoyo to crack down on that. So that would bias me towards the dangerous side, right? And then obviously, yeah, if I get banned tomorrow, well, obviously, if I get banned tomorrow, I wouldn't be surprised. Well, I would probably be surprised if you got banned tomorrow, actually. Like, I would actually be surprised. Now, would you have a way to like argue against the ban? Maybe not, but I would still be surprised if Hoyo was even banning people for FPS unlocking. It just seems so small to me. Yeah, yeah, it just seems really small. But maybe also for you, like your Genshin account isn't worth as much to you as maybe my Genshin account is to me. That doesn't mean that you care about Genshin less. It just means that um maybe you vet your you you value it a bit less in comparison to a lot of other accounts that you have. You have other accounts at Hoyo, you have other games that you play. But Genshin is like the main thing I play, right? So it probably has a bit more value to me in the sense that like if I lose this I basically nothing to stream. And I'm basically like yeah, I just suddenly have this big gaping hole in my gaming routine that I have to replace. Maybe that's not such a bad idea after all, actually. But also, I mean, also the fact that I have like a bunch of primos sitting in there does make me feel a bit bad if it got banned, right? So there's definitely that comes into play. But yeah, the top up one, I feel like that one is definitely dangerous. Obviously you can still like take the risk, and we'll see. Like we'll see in the future if they continue to crack down or how it goes. But 100% agree to your point. They should just put discounts, right? Like if they just had discounts, like this wouldn't be an issue. They if they just gave us a good deal, there wouldn't be people trying to like circumvent the prices. So then again, of course, most people are F2P, right? So they wouldn't even engage. So but from Hoyo's revenue standpoint, all the F2P players are basically like not on there. They don't show up on their balance sheet because they're F2P. If Apple didn't exist, this wouldn't be an issue with the FPS. Oh, is it Apple's fault? Oh my gosh. Wait, what? Is it because Apple can't handle higher than 60? Is that why they capped it? Dang. Blame Apple then. Because of your iPhones? No. Literally the opposite of what you said. Oh, because iPhones has an FPS unlocker, so they don't want other platforms having the FPS unlocker? Really? That's scummy. Now that's evil. Apple exclusivity rights for FPS unlocking? Seems like a very weird thing to have exclusivity rights, but MiHoYo has a deal with Apple, so only Apple devices get 120 FPS. Huh? Kind of like Sony's trash deal with um Square Enix to like have exclusivity rights for like the PS5 for Final Fantasy Remake Trilogy, and it actually like it actually like hurt the sales of Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth so badly. The fact that they couldn't release multi-platform on launch, the Square Enix basically said, "Hey, we're dropping this exclusivity agreement for Part 3." All these exclusivity stuff is so stupid and so dumb. It's so anti-competitive and it's so against like free market competition. Right? It just shouldn't be a thing. Like it doesn't make sense. Like you need to compete effectively in your market, and you can't have all these stupid anti-competitive contracts and stuff in place for true free market competition to work. You're just like introducing stupid. There's not one really confirmed, but only Apple had it. Apple's known to do this. Same with Sony and better caching graphics. Yeah, exactly. Sony kind of better textures. Yeah, it's so stupid. Like, like guys, just make a better product and like compete fair. Like literally, let's just stop this nonsense. Like if you think of like the Olympics, like just compete fairly. You can't just keep doping. Just play fair. Also, the volumetric clause in the yeah, exactly. Like so ridiculous. Any of these exclusivity contracts, very dumb. Sometimes it's just part of the industry, but it just shouldn't be like all this stuff should literally be like it should be against the law. Like it should straight up be like you get fined if you do this. You have like these kind of contracts. But at the end of the day, it hurts consumers the most. It hurts consumers in terms of like the pricing, right? Because at the end of the day, you need to compete on price. You need to compete on quality. And if you have all these stupid like contracts and you only release this, release that, and only we can do this, only we can do that, and it's just like that just gives consumers less choice. You have to pay for crappier games at higher prices. It's just it's ridiculous. the whole point of free market competition is that there's competition. And if you restrict competition, then the free market competition does not work. It is not free. It does not make people's lives better. Either we take over the industry and we set price controls, we set quality controls, and you guys don't like that, fine. But you guys better compete. You guys can't be, can't be having favorites and maintaining all these exclusive deals. It's ridiculous. And this is the same for like every industry. It's not just the game industry. Like almost every industry has like some level of this nonsense going on. And it frustrates me to no end. It's like literally like this country is built on the free market and the idea that competition is good for the economy and that's how it works. And then like you could walk into this industry and literally everything set up is anti-competitive. It's so ridiculous. It's one thing Sony's own does make a PS exclusive game, but it's another to hijack a different game and ruin for everyone else. For real, man. Like what? Alright, one more bathroom break and then I'll come back. Alright. It is time. It is time. Time for wait, let me get my ba-doom. Looks like this is still playing. Lol. Lamau. Let me make sure this is working. Ta-da. Let's go, boy! Awakening morning superhero and the usual breakfast. Holy moly! Let's go, boys! I'm excited. We actually doing this, guys. We doing this. Holy Grail Wardrobe.
できれば誰も悲しまない方がいい。
Oh, also I changed the font to like the Genshin font so it's easier to read.
自分程度の力添えで 周りが幸せなら、それはこの上なく住みやすい世界だと思うんだ。
Bro, WTF, how? Apparently there was a way that I could change the font in the settings, so I changed it to one of the Genshin fonts which I have loaded on my PC. That was Kiritsugu's favorite phrase. The man who was a superhero to me saying that he thought he was a failure. He didn't even need to explain it to me. The world of the young me was so different from the world of the adult Kiritsugu that the passing grade to be a superhero was different. I'm not sure if it's easier to read. I'm not sure either. But we'll just run with it. For me as a child, the house was only my only world. It was enough for me if I could keep protecting my father, Fujine, and myself, and the shed that I loved. I only tried to protect the ones I could see. But maybe Kiritsugu wanted to do something about even the ones he couldn't see.
若い頃は向こう水でね。
I think the advantage of this font is that it actually has characters in Japanese and I think also Chinese and Korean, so if I switch languages, it will show up nicely as well.
世の非常を呪うことで自らを育んでいた。世界が非常ならば、それ以上に非常になることを武器にして自分の理想を貫こうとしたんだよ。
There will always be some that cannot be saved. It's impossible to save everyone. If I have to lose 500 to earn 1,000, I'll abandon 100 and save the lives of 900. That's the most efficient method. It's the ideal. Kiritsugu once said that. This guy is a utilitarian. Of course I got mad. I really got mad. I knew that without being told. I myself was saved like that. I don't think we thought something as obvious as that. Still, believe that someone will be a superhero, they save everyone even though they think like that. Or maybe not, at least thought of an impossible pipe dream, but a superhero someone tries to save everyone is about that.
そうだね、シロ。
そうだね、シロ。
結果は一番大事だ。けどそれとは別に、そうであろうとする心が。
Oh yeah, Kiritsugu was something about the heart. I can't remember too well. The kokoro. Rare for me to remember something from such a long time ago. I must be in a deep sleep. That must be true, as it's rare for me to dream at all.
シロ、起きてください。そろそろ朝食ではないですか？
そろそろ朝食ではないですか? See, as proof, I am in the shameful situation of Saber having to wake me up. 何? I raise myself from the futon. 6:30, bright sunlight shines in from the outside.
シロ、朝です。朝食の支度はいいのですか？
朝食支度はいいのですか? In front of me, Saber's discontented face.
すぐした。すぐに起きる。
すぐに起きる。
私に謝る必要はないと思いますが、ゆっくりしている余裕がないのは事実です。先ほど、さくらとリンが揉めていたようですから。
揉めていたようですよね。さくらとリン？
さくらと遠坂が揉めていた？
揉めていた？さくらが遠坂と揉めていた？There's a little bit of like interesting like relationship difference here where like Saber clearly calls Rin Rin and then Shiro calls her Tosaka instead. There's a little bit of a sense that Saber is feels a little bit more comfortable with calling Rin Rin like by her first name, and then Shiro still like calls her Tosaka. And by the way, this is because you're talking in the third person about a third person, right? So typically when you're talking about a third person, they're not even in the picture, so it's not about showing respect to that person, right? But because you're talking about it in the third person, there's a sense of like I guess like how close you are or how close that speaker feels towards that person. It's just she's white, bro. She's not Japanese. Yeah, exactly. So that's exactly my point, actually, Brushy. Like that's exactly my point. Like the fact that because Rin will probably tell her to call her Rin, whereas for like Shiro, who's Japanese, but you must remember here, like Shiro calls Sakura by her first name because Shiro is really close to Sakura, but she's not very close to Tosaka. That's why not very close to Rin. That's why she calls Rin Tosaka. So you can see like there's a difference here, right? Sakura is called by her first name and Tosaka is called by her last name, and that's very like that's just a very like small semantic difference. Like of why Saber would call Sakura and Rin, whereas for Shiro he would call Sakura as well as Sakura, but for Tosaka last name. Nani, what is this about? Hold on, don't get me to call it an incomprehensible situation right when I get up.
それって遠坂の部屋でか？
いえ、今です。私も通りかかっただけですから、詳しくは知りませんが。
I'm only saying it for Saber. Does Saber call anyone by the last name out of respect? I don't think so, to be honest. I believe there's like it's just because she's Western. I'm not entirely sure because she did technically say that because she like spawned before in the previous Holy Grail War, she does have knowledge about the culture and the customs of like Japan, even though she's Western. So it's possible that like just as it's possible for a white person in Japan to say things in a more Japanese way, it is possible for Saber to also like pick up on some of these customs on herself, right? I mean, Shiro makes fun of the way she pronounces his name in the story. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, when they first spawned, when she first spawned. Yeah, but it's a small detail. It could just be the writing, maybe they're trying to say something, maybe they're not. It is in the living room, only passed by, so I don't know the details.
わかった。とにかく急ぐ。
So they're definitely aware Saber isn't perfectly normalized in Japanese. Yeah, that's true. That is probably true. I have something I need to do before that.
何でしょうか、シロ。
おはよう、セイバー。起こしてくれて助かった。
Of course, I could have. That's got I greet her and then I made my way to the hallway. But arguing with Sakura, what is Tosaka doing? What's Tosaka doing? I guess to an extent, she's also like angry at Tosaka. Let's play into it. There's no sign of Sakura in the room, and Tosaka is watching the weather forecast by herself.
おはよう。朝っぱらから人の名前を叫ぶなんて穏やかじゃないわね。
穏やかじゃないよね。変な。It doesn't seem like she's been arguing with Sakura.
ああ、おはよう。ってトサカ、なんでもさくらと揉めたって聞いたんだが、本当か？
本当か。
え？あ、そっか。セイバーから聞いたのか。
セイバーから聞いたのか。
ええ。客観的に見ればそういうことになるけど、別に大したことじゃないわよ。単にしばらくここには来るなって言いつけただけだから。
来るなって。なんでしょう。You said it so easily. Don't tell me Akira stop coming here.
バカな。その話、さくらは前にも断ってるじゃないか。それを繰り返したところで、さくらが承諾するはずが。
ないけど、交換条件を出したら帰ってくれたわよ。さくらが1週間ここに来なければ、私はおとなしく家に戻るって言ったの。それで交渉成立。しぶしぶだけど帰っていったわ。あ、そうそう。シローによろしくだって。
よろしく。
よろしくってお前。
Sounds like a good trade. It's like they're currently like fighting over Shiro's. 違うわ。Tosaka was just doing something I should have done already.
そうだった。悪い。朝から面倒を押し付けちまった。気分悪くしただろう、Tosaka。
I think at this point they were still trying to keep her safe.
いや、別に面倒でも嫌でもなかったけど、なんだってそんなこと言うわけ、シロ？
いや、 登坂、さくらと仲が良かっただろ。なのに面と向かって出ていけなんて2回も言うのは嫌だったはずだ。だから悪かったって。しっかりしなくちゃいけないのにまた登坂に負担をかけた。
いいけどそんなの。私だって自分の安全第一でさくらを追い出したんだし、四郎にそう謝られる筋合いなんてないわ。
自分の安全第一ってなんでさ。
なんでさ。
だってシンジがマスターだったんでしょ。あいつのことだからシロんとこにさくらがいるって分かったら目の敵にするに決まってるもの。だからシンジとの決着がつくまではさくらはここにいさせない方がいいのよ。
Again, this is such a breath of fresh air because the English translation is so on point with the Japanese. If honestly, like if Genshin had this kind of like translation, again, although Genshin like translates from the Chinese, but if it had a more accurate like English translation, I might have just played it in English. I don't think Shinji was lying when she said he wouldn't tell Sakura anything. But having his sister Sakura here might give him the wrong idea.
だよな。シンジから見れば、さくらを人質に取ったように見えるもんな。
見えるもんな。
そういうこと。もっともそんなことは別にして、ここが危険なことに変わりはないでしょ。あんまり頻繁に夜出歩かせるのもなんだし、しばらくは遠慮してもらった方がいいのよ。それがさくらのためだし、私たちのためでもある。
私たちのためでもある。
まあ、そうだな。さくらには悪いけど、後で謝って許してもらお
う。許してもらう。You'll know why even when that time comes. Man. He technically didn't say anything, but it's really getting to me. It's depressing that I rejected Sakura who comes to help me all the time like this.
あら、随分と元気がないこと。さっき人を怒鳴りつけてくれた異性はどこに行ったのかしらね。エミヤくんはそんなにさくらがいないと寂しいのかな？
寂しいのかな？ Tosaka makes evil face. This evil Tosaka face. You're right. Crap, I knew she would make fun of me if I showed weakness. And now I've done it.
ほっといてくれ。
ほっといて。
さくらはうちの平和のシンボルだったんだよ。
平和のシンボル？
うちねえと俺だけじゃ足りないところを補ってくれてたんだ。それをこっちの都合で追い返したんだから気だって沈む。
気だって沈む。Here's the unmodded version, right? Apparently the fan translation fixed some dialogue. I don't actually know which one I got. So I'm not sure. Unless you know a specific piece of dialogue that was fixed, then like it's hard for me to say.
なんだ、よくわかってるじゃない。
Unmodded, okay.
それだけ言えれば合格よ。少しは勝ち切ってのが出てきたみたいね。
何が言いたいんだよ、遠坂は。
Yeah, I guess it's probably unmodded. I'm not sure though.
わからない？つまりね、戦いが終わればさくらは戻ってくるでしょ。シロは聖杯なんていらないって言うけど、それなら今まで会ってくれた平穏のために戦えばいい。ほら、目的がはっきりしていいじゃない？
You didn't do anything to it, so it's unmodded. Ah, I see, I see. So you had to like download a different patch, I guess. Okay, makes sense. Tosaka says so with a big smile. Translation so far seems fine to me though. It's not like I haven't noticed any like very stark differences. She puts it like that, I can only agree. More, how should I say this? Well, I guess the other thing is that I can only tell for the voice lines. I can't tell for these segments whether it's translated correctly. I can only tell for the voice lines, so I can say at least the dialogue is on point. I can't say it for the rest of this stuff. don't see the original Japanese. From what I remember, the patch was minimal. Okay, that's good to know. I realized that this person is both infinitely ill-natured and really great.
じゃあしばらくさくらちゃんは来ないの？
ああ、そういうことだから、藤音もたまには家で親孝行したらどうだ。じいさん、娘に構ってもらえないって嘆いてたぞ。
お父さんなんかほっといてもいいの。私がいなくたって死にゃしないんだから。それにね、さくらちゃんがいないんなら余計私がしっかりしなくちゃダメじゃない。シロだって男の子だもん。万が一があったら懲戒免職よ。そうなったら責任取ってくれる？シロ？
んなことな。
Man's nature doesn't let me declare it won't happen.
エミヤくん、何かしらね、今の止めは。
She glares. The stare is painful.
ないと思う。これはただの下宿じゃないんだ。俺だって分かってる。
そう。よかった。やっぱりエミヤくんは信用できますね、先生。
信用できます。
当然です。シロは私でもちょっと趣味に走りすぎたかっていうぐらい落ち着いてるんだから。
They was only watches them while eating. I don't think I'll ever get used to this atmosphere.
あ、そうそうシロ。
タイガさん。
弓道部のことなんだけどね。三辻さんが怪我したっていう話知ってる？
三辻さん怪我した。
三辻が
？Why？
なんだ、また他の部のやつと喧嘩でもしたのか、あいつ。まったく、もうすぐ3年なんだから少しは落ち着けってんだ。
Wait, don't tell me Shinji injured her. I'll be so mad.
で、怪我の方はどうなんだよ。割と深いのか？
うん、それは大丈夫。軽い捻挫だって。学校の帰り道に怪しいやつに襲われたそうよ。
What？
あの子って俊足でしょ。スパーッと勢いよく逃げたんだけど、最後に転んで怪我したみたい。
最後に怪我してみたい。Steven, can you please down again? What? I need to hear the Tiger Dojo music? Ain't no way, bro. We'll see. Is there any like death scene coming up soon?
そうか。大事がなくてよかった。けど、よりによってあいつにね、命知らずというか、なんというか。どちらにせよ、間抜けな犯人だったな。
間抜けな犯人。
俺はてっきり
逃げたんじゃなくてノックアウトしたって思ったんでしょう。
Urine smiles. No Mizuri Ayako well.
うん。あいつが逃げるなんてめったにないから。しかし、そうか。三辻のやつも賊には弱かったのか。ま、いいんじゃないか。それぐらいのイベントが起きないと、あいつに女らしさを教えるのは不可能だ。
女らしさ I guess that's what it's called. Femininity. 女らしさ。I eat the well-cooked rice.
ねえねえ、エミヤくん。
じゃあ、遠ざけるにパスマイソードでスマイル。
私からもちょっと耳寄りな話してあげよっか。
耳寄りの話。耳寄り。耳寄り。耳寄りの話。Welcome news. Inviting news.
なんだよ。今の話以上に耳寄りな話は難しいぞ。本気で。
Oh, I get it, I get it. So, Mimi Yori as in like Mimi as in like year, Yori as in good, right? Can I tell you something good? I wouldn't have translated this as interesting. I would have translated this as something like good-ish. But like, I guess it is used in the sense of like something that you would love to hear. Can I tell you something that you love to hear? I think is a more accurate translation here. Mimi Yori.
うん。今まで黙ってたけどね。私と綾子って仲良しなの。休みの日は2人で遊びに行くぐらいの仲って知ってた？
잠깐만. Hold on. 待ってて. Why are she and Ayako good friends?
はい
はい
今の話一言一句間違えずに伝えてあげるから安心して。エミヤくんも喜んでたって言ったら、あやこったらそりゃあもう瓦10枚はぶち抜くぐらいに喜ぶんじゃないかな。
訂正したい。今のは言葉のあやだ。あまり人様に話すような発言じゃないんで、黙っていてくれるととても助かる。
そうなの？なら黙っていてもいいけど、それなりの条件がないときついかな。ほら、ついポロッと口に出ることってあるじゃない？
Tosaka is the master blackmailer.
お前な、謙虚なセリフを言ってんのににんまり笑ってるってのは良くないぞ。
良くないぞ。
あら、ごめんなさい。別に楽しいわけじゃないから誤解しないでね。
Oh no, I understand. You really are having fun.
わかった。これから朝食は洋風にする。さっきお前が言ってた朝飯作るならパンにしろという提案も受け入れていい気になったり。
上出来ね。マーマレードだけじゃなくていちごのジャムも忘れないでくれると嬉しいわ。
いちごのジャム。
ったく、日本の朝を何だと思ってやがる。この外国かぶれ。お前一人の趣味で朝飯を買いやがって。この暴君。
外国かぶれ。Yeah, they did not actually translate the Gaikoku part. Gaikoku Habure is like a Gaikokujin is like foreigner, I believe. Gaikokujin. So Gaikoku is like foreign country. So like trying to change your breakfast into like a foreign influence, I guess. Yeah, that's really hard to translate in English. I can see why they said it this way.
いいえ、それは違います。朝食がパンになるのは私も嬉しい。加えて半熟の卵を用意していただければ文句はないのですが。
Saber has an opinion. You're Western too, Saber. You're also Gaikoku Kabure.
ああ、そうですか。
そうですか。
洋食にすればいいんだろ。くそ。さくらが洋食にしたからって調子づきやがって。お望み通り明日から朝はパンにするから、それで文句はないな。ならさっきの話は他言無用。絶対に三つ釣りにはバラすなよ。
バラすなよ。I look away from the two of a hump and start eating. And then
なんでそんな無駄なことするのかな。
Fujine was watching a competition with Wonder Burgers.
なんだよ。無駄ってなんだよ、藤根。
だって遠坂さんが話さなくても私が三辻さんに話しちゃうじゃん。こんな面白い話黙ってられないよ私。
Uh-oh. Fujine eats after nodding that it's a problem. Dots. Yeah, I have to come up with some countermeasure real soon or I'll lose my position. Breakfast ends is now 7:30. But Fujine stared at the hall and suggested with a smile we should go to school together. But I can't do that. Decision last night. As long as I said I would fight without relying on Seiba, I can't be so easygoing. If I need extra time fighting, I don't have time for school. Train, time for training.
それじゃ行こっか。戸締まりはいい？シロ。
いや、戸締まりはいいよ。俺今日学校休むから。
学校休むから I raise my hand and go by and see Tosaka and Fujine off. Their future for a few seconds end.
ちょっと学校休むってどういうことよ。
どういうこと？おTosaka said something Fujine wanted to say.
そうよシロ。学校休むってシロどこも悪くないでしょ。
いや、傷が痛んでるんだ。気温が下がると古傷って痛むだろ。そんな感じ。
そんな感じ。
それ嘘でしょシロ。
嘘でしょ。
嘘だけど、それで勘弁してくれ。
勘弁してくれ。
何も学校が嫌ってわけじゃないんだ。やることがあって、そっちのが今は重要なだけなんだ。だからさ、それで許してくれないか。
許してくれないか。
もうそんな言い方されたら私の負けじゃない。シローが事情を話さない時っていつもそうなんだもん。昔っからそうだよね。
そうだよね。So that she understands even though she's complaining.
そういうわけだ。学校の方は遠坂に任せる。
そう。まあエミヤくんがいようがいなかろうがこっちには支障はないし、確かに悪くない選択よそれ。
I believe they still have to dispel the barrier. I don't think we're there yet.
なあ、留守は任せてくれ。しばらくはバイトも休むから家はそう開けないよ。
Well, not the barrier, but the boundary field or something. I guess the field that's draining the school. I don't think we dealt with that yet, right? It's been a while.
わかった。それじゃあ行ってくるね、シロ。怪我で学校を休むんだからあんまり外に出ちゃダメよ。
それじゃあね。今回はいいけど次からは事前に相談してよね、こういうことは。
こういうことは。
さて、
道場タイム。
雑巾がけぐらいしとかないとな。
I already told Saber to come here in a little while. Always do the minimum cleaning necessary, but it's been a few years since I had a contest with someone. It'd be impolite to do to the dojo Saber if I don't at least clean the floor.
しかしあれだな。剣の修行って言っても何をやらされるのやら。
Wait, can I die in this training? I fought Kirisuko a few times with Shinai, but neither of us considered for him. It's more like amateurs being shouted out. I never tried to take kendo seriously. I was only taught what to do if the opponent had a long
そ
weapon.
もそも道具を使って喧嘩するのは苦手だったな。作ったり直したりする方にしか関心がないんだから。
In that regard, this was how we seriously studying swordsmanship. Seems Saber style is different from kendo, but it should have similarities and shouldn't be so confusing that I can't follow it. The door opens. Saber must have arrived on time. That's good, as I finished cleaning too.
待たせたな。今日からここで手ほどきをしてもらうわけだけど。
どうかしましたか、シロ。何か意外なものを見るような顔をしていますが。
いや、セイバーの服がそのままだったから驚いた。てっきりあっちの格好で来るのかと思ってたから。
Your training you saw that my image of Saber fighting is in the armor, so I selfishly imagined that.
はあ、武装している方がいいというのでしたら着替えますが。そうですね。私がどうかしていました。たとえ試合とはいえ、鎧をまとわないのはシロに失礼です。申し訳ありません。すぐに着替えてきます。
すぐに着替えています。
いや、別にそういうわけじゃない。ただの思い違いだからいいんだ。俺もどっちかっていうと鎧姿より今の方がいい。
ですが、この服装ではシロの気が済まないのではないのですか？
気が済まないって確かに今から試合するぞって感じじゃないけど、セイバーが動きやすいって言うんなら問題ないだろう。昼間っから鎧を着込んでたらセイバーだって疲れるしな。
それはそうですが、この服装で剣を振るうのはおかしくはないでしょうか？
なんでさ、似合ってるんだからおかしくなんかないぞ。俺、セイバーは鎧姿より今の方がいいと思う。
理解しかねます。この服装は確かに気軽なのですが、戦闘には耐えられないでしょう。セイバーとしては不向きな姿だと思うのですが。
その格好で戦うなバカ。セイバーは女の子だろ。女の子にはそういう服のが似合うんだから、それでいいんだ。
By the way, I was using the bucket and take two G9 down from the wall.
さて、それでどういった鍛錬をするんだ、セイバー。方針は全部セイバーに任せるから、無茶でも何でも言ってくれ。
Pass the G9 to Saber. Tiba catches Shina as if she's distracted and looks at me.
なんだよ。しないじゃダメか。まさか僕と。いや、真剣を使えってんじゃないだろうな。
Well, as part of that's well beyond what I expected.
あ、いえ、そのようなことはありません。せっかく優れた試合用の模造刀があるのですから、こちらを使うことにしましょう。
Tiba takes a deep breath quietly. She's back to her usual self.
よかった。さすがに木刀で試合をするのは武装すぎる。で、本当に何をやればいいんだ？まず素振り500回とか走り込みとか、そういう体力作りからか。
その必要はないでしょう。私から見てもシローの運動能力は水準に達しています。これ以上肉体面を鍛えるのであれば、それは1日や2日でできることではありません。シローは魔術師としては未熟ですが、戦士としては悲観したものではないと思います。幼い頃からよほど懸命に鍛えてきたのですね。
まあそれぐらいしか取り柄がなかったからな。体を鍛えるのだけは魔術の才能がなくてもできたことだし。
それが幸いしたのでしょう。ランサーに襲われて死に至らなかったのはシローのそういう努力の賜物ですから。ですが、それは武器になるほどのものではありません。人間には限界がある。シローの体はその限界の域には程遠いし、突破することも難しいでしょう。ですから私が教えることはただ戦うことだけです。
戦うことのだけです。
戦うことだけってどういうことだ？今の口ぶりからして戦う方法を教えてくれるってわけじゃなさそうだけど。
当然です。一朝一夕で戦闘技術など身につくはずがないでしょう。私にできることはマスターに1回でも多く戦いを味わってもらうことだけです。そもそも人に物を教えることは苦手なのですから、私に指示されても困ります。
もしもし？
もしもし？ That's why I stood I don't know how to reply.
つまり、要するに、ただ試合をするだけってことかな。
ただ試合をす
る。ええ。ただそれだけです。マスター、寸止めはなし。お互い相手を殺すつもりで打ち合いましょう。
Uh-oh. We're gonna die, guys.
そうですね。1時間もすればどういうことなのか理解してもらえると思います。
They will likely use the Shinai radio side. As soon as I follow Silver and grab the Shinai. As soon as I do so, the world turns upside down. I got whacked. I'm dead. In short, Saber was only trying to teach me one thing. The truth that no matter what I do, no matter what scheme I come up with, I cannot ever beat someone I have no chance against.
これ本当に折れてるって間違いなく。
折れているのならもっとたくましい腕になっています。重度の打ち身ですが、今のシローならじきに回復するでしょ
う。そうか。よし。ならもう少し続けるか。
まだ続けるのですか、シロー。確かに打ち身ではありますが、すぐに動いていいものではありません。
容赦なく人の腕に打ち込んできて何言ってんだ。いいぜ。セイバーが乗り気じゃないんならその隙。
It doesn't work, of course.
人の話を聞いてください。明らかにシローは疲労しています。そんな体ではせっかくの修練も無駄になるのですから、休憩を入れるべきです。
いや、でもな、こう明らかに手加減されてるのに打たれっぱなしっていうのは情けない。せめて人たち、セイバーの眉ぐらいは動かさなきゃ悔しくて倒れられん。
驚くというのでしたらもう十分驚いています。強情だとは思っていましたが、まさかこれほどとは思っていなかった。
悪かったな。根本的に負けず嫌いなんだ。
負けず嫌いなんだ。
ええ、それは嫌というほど思い知りましたので結構です。ともかく休憩にしますから、シローも市内を置いてください。床も汗で滑りやすくなっている。極限状態での模擬戦でもなし、疲労困憊して足場も不確かなどという状態では意味がありません。
なんでさ、普通戦闘訓練ってのは最悪の状態を想定してやるもんだろ。なら
それこそ無意味です。いいですかシロー、あなたがサーバントと戦うというのでしたら、体力は万全、足場は完全、逃走経路は確保済みという状況以外での戦闘は無意味です。あなたは全てが充実した状態でなければサーバントと戦いにさえならない。最悪の状態で戦うという時点であなたは選択を間違えているのです。
つまりこういう状態では間違っても戦うなってことか。
そういうことです。そうなってはどのような奇跡もシローを救いはしないでしょう。あなたの戦いはまず自身を万全にし、的確な状況を模索することから始まるのです。
納得。それじゃ申し訳ないけど休ませてくれ。
Lean against the wall and slide down. Allow the air collected in my lungs. It should be air, but it's burning hot. When my body's burning plain, I glance at the clock. It's past 11. We started around 9, so that means we've been doing it for about 2 hours. First hour just beat up. Saber's blows will suddenly strike me and I faint slightly. I wake up and just when I thought I'd be careful, next time I'd be knocked out again. Anyways, I was beaten up repeatedly. It might be because my body got used to it or my power came out from anger, but I cannot manage to block the first blow. Problem was after that. Well, after being shown such skill difference, can a human ability attack back? Only. The answer is I get knocked out the instant I shrink back. After that, it is the mouse cornered by a cat. If I'm to be knocked out, no matter how I block a blow, all I can do is desperate attack. But of course, it's easily deflected and I'm knocked out. But when I get used to that as well, dang it. I start to gain the comfort to think something like that, and the instinct that let me understand I'll be dead the next second become keener. People usually call this being in the zone. So I frantically went into defense. The instinct that tell me I'll be knocked out if that blow hits come at me in numbers. So as a living being, it's only natural for me to avoid it. I would manage to reduce Saber's barrage of attacks, but I would take a fatal blow while I'm waiting for an opening to counter. It's now I think that I can manage longer this time. From time to time, I will attack thinking it's best to attack if I'm doomed anyway. 2 hours will just spend repeating the process over and over. I don't know if I can get any stronger doing this. I think it's just a match to help me get used to fighting. But I won't panic or get too relaxed in front of my enemy. I'm just teaching my body that it's always one mistake away from death. But still, if you ask me, this is meaningless, it is not. I have no weapons. I believe this tension is the thing I have to value the most.
お疲れ様でした。どこか痛むところはありますか、シロ？
Well, I read it, Saber's right beside me. I'm so sweaty that I'm dripping onto the floor, but Saber is not even sweating.
痛まないところのが珍しいぐらいだ。ほんと容赦なくやってくれたな、セイバー。こうまで一方的だと逆に清々しい。
I'll be honest, what it about me is just being a poor loser.
はい。シローに合わせて加減はしましたが、容赦はしないよう心がけました。手心を加えては戦いにはなりませんから。
そうだな。おかげで今なら首輪が外れたドーベルマンが走ってきても冷静に対処できる。ってドーベルマンぐらいじゃまだまだか。俺も全然修行が足りなかった。
I review my actions. I thought I trained my body to be above average, but it's pitiful for me to give up after only 2 hours of fighting with Saber.
いいえ、そのようなことはありません。シローの打ち込みは一心で力がありました。時にあまりの熱心さに対応を忘れたほどです。
The Mari need listening to gentle eyes. My embarrassment suddenly returns. Until now, we were just people fighting without any notion of boy or girl, but this is a kind of surprise attack. Surprise attack.
ちょっと待った。水飲んでくれ、俺。
水飲んでくる。
水ですか？それでしたら私が汲んできますから、シローは休んでいてください。
助かった。
So just what am I saved from? Tasukata. I drink the water Saber brought me. It must still be rest time, and Saber is sitting in a polite Japanese style. See, she's Japanese style. I think Saber is beautiful like that. Lol, not again. I think she's beautiful, and I feel she's beautiful in everyone's eyes. She has melted into the dignified atmosphere of the dojo, and it's a quietness free of any conflicts. There's an incongruity which such a girl as a servant showing some willingness to fight. Right now, only Saber and I are here. This is a good time to ask her something, so... Her reason for fighting, I want to know why she sees the Holy Grail. I want to know about Saber before she became a servant. I want a secret attack. A super move would be great. Want to know why she seeks the Holy Grail. I want to know about Saber before she became a servant. I feel like these two are very similar. I'll try this one. Before she became a servant. I wonder what Saber was like when she was alive as a human. Saber, I bet everyone liked her. The one way answer everyone the name Saber she might have been. I'm gonna go there and use the sword.
だな。セイバー、以前はどんなやつだったんだろう。
Because I actually speak my mind.
はい。何か言いましたか、シロ？
いや、セイバーはどんなやつだったのか想像してただけだ。別にセイバーの使命を知りたいんじゃなくて、どういう生活を送ってたのかなって。
はあ、私がどういう人間だったかですか。おかしなことに関心を持つのですね、シローは。
迷惑だったら聞き流してくれ。単に思いついただけなんだ。セイバーはセイバーのサーバントだけど、サーバントになる前はもっと違った人間だったんじゃないかって。
Yes, I think she might have led a calm life to for a lovely girl.
それはありえないと思います。サーバントになったからといって性格が変わるわけではないし、私は生まれた時から剣を与えられた騎士ですから。あなたの言うような違った私は存在しなかった。
うわ、じゃあ昔からそんなにきつい性格してたのか、セイバー。そりゃ大変だ。俺、周りの人たちに同情するかも。
同情するかも。
それはどういう意味でしょうか。私は厳しくはありますが、周りに強要した覚えなどありません。
嘘つけ。今日の特訓ぶりでな、セイバーが情け容赦ないやつだって思い知った。見ろ、このミミズバレ。人がちょっと間違えただけで危機として打ち込んでくるんだから、この鬼教官。
鬼教官。
私は喜んでなどいません。シローには申し訳ありませんが、厳しくしなければ鍛錬にならないでしょう。
How unusual. It's really surprising he was able to make that kind of an expression.
何ですかその目は。いきなり黙り込むのは卑怯だと思います。
ああ、いや、セイバーがそういう風に怒るのが意外でびっくりした。
そうですか。私としては思ったことを主張しただけなのですが。
ああ、セイバーあんまり自分の感情で話さないじゃないか。だから今のは新鮮だった。
そうでしょうか。私は自分の信念に基づいて行動しているつもりですが。
だからそれはセイバーの気持ちじゃなくて考えだろ。そうじゃなくて素直に思ったままのことをあんまり話さないじゃないか、セイバーは。
それは当然です。私に求められるものは個人としての意見ではなく立場としての意見ですから。それは今も昔も変わらない。私はセイバーのサーバントとしてシローを守る。そのため以外のことを口にするべきではないし、考える必要もないでしょう。
それはそうだけど、それじゃあセイバーがつまらないだろう。セイバーには役割があるんだろうけど、それにかかりきることはないんじゃないか。セイバーにだって自分のやりたいことがあるんだから。
ですから私のやるべきことはシロを守ることです。ただでさえマスターとして未熟だというのに、私の言うことも聞かず戦おうとするあなたをこうして鍛えているのではありませんか。
いや、そういうことじゃないんだけど、まあセイバーがそう言うならいいか。
Team Saber is often true furnace, so I don't want to ruin this by continuing this conversation. Well, talking has cooled me down, so let's continue with the training. Skipping school so I should equate my body with fighting as much time as
セイバ
allows.
ー、始めよう。休憩はもういいよ。
そうなのですか。見たところ体の熱は下がったようですが、痛みの方はまだ収まっていないでしょう。
構わないよ、そんなの。ただの内身なんだから、多少の痛みは我慢する。今の俺はほっとけば治るんだから。
しかしそれで悪化しては鍛錬の意味がない。もうしばらくは様子を見るべきだと思いますが。
いいからいいから、遠坂が帰ってくるまでにやっときたいんだ。あいつにはこんな姿見せられないだろ。
わかりました。確かにいずれ敵となる凛に四郎の腕前を知られるのはよくありませんね。多少無茶とは思いますが、そういうことでしたらペースを上げていきましょう。
Saber picks up the shinai and then strange sound echoes through the dojo.
セイバ
I think that was Saber's stomach.
空腹のようです。鍛錬に夢中で気がつきませんでした。
ああ、うん、そういえばもう昼か。
Wonder her stomach started growling. I'm not that hungry yet, but Saber's hungry, let's have lunch. Hiru Gohan.
いや、ちょうどいいし昼にしよう。ささっと材料買ってくるから、セイバーは今で休んでいてくれ。
シロ、外出するなら私も付き添いますが。
大丈夫、すぐ近くの商店街だ。真っ昼間から襲いかかってくるやつはいないし、セイバーがいたら逆に目立つよ。
Take her with you, Shiro, don't die.
本当に危険はないのですね。
ないって。すぐに帰ってくるから待っててくれ。
Immediately dies the moment he steps outside. Then while I go outside. It won't take even 10 minutes on a bicycle to get the shopping district from here. By the way, the bicycle I just took from the garage is bicycle number 2, and I'm one still out in front of the Ryudo temple. Lol. In the hill, I don't think I've been to the shopping district in the daytime on a weekday since I was running errands as a child. Plus the daytime here, there are lots of housewives at the intersection on the way home from shopping. Basaka spawn camping? Ain't no way. They're coming from the shopping district that Sakura and I go to regularly. I finished buying all the groceries. Ingredients for lunch for 2 and a light Japanese snack. Dinner tonight is fine since Tosaka's in charge, but I buy enough bread for all you for tomorrow's breakfast. I don't know how to make strawberry jams, so I buy the cheapest. No, that'll probably get me. I buy a rather expensive one.
くそ、ひどい出費だ。なんだってこんな甘ったるいもんのために1000円も払わなくちゃいけないんだ。
I complain as I put the groceries into the bicycle cart. And then I feel something tugging at my clothes from behind. Huh? Throw out wondering what it could be. Oh shoot! It is Basaka! Spawn camping me. Uh-oh. I guess we ditched, son. There's a young girl with silver hair. Oh my what? What? I back off, knocking the bicycle over. I stared ready at once and the girl just smiled at me. Uh-oh, it's really a Basaka spawn camping. I was joking! Uh-oh. I don't feel any murderous intent or even enmity from Ilias Vale. In addition, the girl says,
よかった。生きてたんだね、お兄ちゃん。
生きてたね、お兄ちゃん. And she smiles happily. Lomao! This girl's definitely Basaka's master of the monster that slashed me one blow that night. Who expect to meet something like this in the shopping district near the house, especially in daytime?
ここでやる気か。
ここはやる気か。
おかしなことを言うんだね。お日様が出ているうちに戦っちゃダメなんだから。
ダメなんだから。She frowns in displeasure. There's definitely the behavior of a young girl suitable for her age. I don't know her intentions. But even I can tell that the girl in front of me is harmless.
お前、確か、
イリアスフィール・フォン・アインツベルン。長いからイリアでいいよ。それで、お兄ちゃんはなんて名前？
イリアスフィール・フォン・アインツベルン。長いだからイリア。
俺はエミヤシロだけど。
エミヤシロ？なん
か言いにくい名前だね、それ。
宮代。
俺もそんな発音で言われたのは初めてだ。いいよ。覚えにくかったらシロでいい。そっちが名前だ。
シロでいい。そっちが名前が。
シロウ？なんだ、思ってたより簡単な名前なんだね。そうか、シロウか。うん。響きは合格ね。単純だけど、孤高な感じがするわ。
Iliasville looks at me with suggestive eyes. What is she suggesting? And body unintentionally moves and lowers its waist down so it can move more freely. What does that mean? Because she's Basaka's master. If she felt like it, she probably could blow me away along with a flower shop next to me.
そう身構えなくていいよ、シロ。今日はバーサーカーも置いてきたの。お兄ちゃんだってセイバーを連れてないから、おあいこ。
Iliasville looks up at my face happily.
いや、おあいこって、お前。
おあいこって。
ね、お話しよう。私ね、話したいこといっぱいあったんだから。
Oh no, are we going to take Iliasville back for lunch? That's a good idea. No. The harem expands. The girl clings on my arm as naturally as if she were holding my father's.
待て。いきなり何しやがるお前。新手の策略か、こいつは。
策略か、こいつ。Didn't Emiya Kiritsugu and Iliasville's mom have like a relationship? If I recall, like Irisville, right? They had like a relationship, right? Like I don't know what kind. I don't know if they were like married or anything, but she is the wife. Oh yeah, she is the wife of Kiritsuga Emiya and the mother of Iliasville von Einsburg. So Iliasville, like technically his like stepsister. Technically, Iliasville. When she gave birth to Iliasville. Kiritsuga Emiya first met Irisville when she was created inside a tube. Okay, I didn't even know she was a homunculus. But anyway, they later married and Iliasville is like their kid. Kiritsugu knew that their love would end in tragedy as he would have to sacrifice her for his ideals. For his sake, Irisville wanted to conceive a child for him so that he would have a new hope after the war. Kiritsugu rescued her and personally began educating Irisville about current society and the modern world so she could develop a sense of self. Her rapid development surprised Kiritsugu and they gradually fell in love with one another. Older stepsister? Yeah, basically. Iliasville. Wait, but if Irisville was a homunculus, that means Iliasville is like half homunculus? Dang. I don't know how this works now. Didn't know homunculus can have like children. Alright.
何ってだからお話したよ。普通の子供って仲良くお話しするものなんでしょ?
So she isn't blood related? Yeah, I don't think Shiro is related to Emiya Kiritsugu to begin with. I think Shiro was adopted if I'm not mistaken. Like Kiritsugu basically just found him in the ruins and decided to raise him. But I don't think Shiro is even related to Kiritsugu in the first place. I don't think. Shiro, I think, is adopted, essentially, rescued from like the fire.
いや、それはそうなんだが、俺とお前は違うだろう。マスター同士だし、一度戦った仲じゃないか。むしろ敵だ、敵。
敵だ、敵。
それは違うよ。私に敵なんていないもん。他のマスターはただの害虫。けど、いい子にしてたらシローは見逃してあげてもいいよ。
Shiro is adopted. Ila doesn't even have Kiritsugu genes. Oh, really? She doesn't have Kiritsugu genes? Then how did she give birth? Fate Zero's untold story in the prologue 8 years ago. But they are step siblings through Kiritsugu. Wait, but then how did the homunculus give birth? Without... Irisville had a human woman's experience of... Wait, let's see. Because the plan of conceiving Elasville was decided after Irisville was coined, her pregnancy of Elasville was not much a natural development since it was an additional role imposed onto her which she originally was not supposed to have. An exception among Einsbane homunculi whose functions are determined when they are designed, it was due to Drupstastikes, I don't know who this person is, it was more efficient to nurse a child rather than produce a homunculus. Thus, despite being a homunculus, Irisville had a human experience of giving birth and raising a child. So this had a greater influence on her feelings than it was expected. Made to be a puppet knows that she managed to find happiness in her existence when she gave birth to Iliasville. Oh, okay. So this homunculus was basically was programmed in them to like give birth at least one more time, or maybe like multiple times, so that the homunculus line can continue. Huh, interesting. Very interesting. So they're basically like programmed to like give birth to one successor. The one who became the mother of the body of the ultimate homunculus among all Heinsbane homunculi in the past. She is the only one who experienced motherhood and gave birth to a successor. Oh, so she's actually special among the homunculi as well. Wait, I still don't understand. Was a father involved or was she a clone? No, Elasville is a direct clone, well, direct clone I guess, of Irisvale, yeah. Direct clone. She gave birth on her own. Like, asexually. Essentially. Yeah. I mean, there are animals that do actually do that, give birth asexually, reproduce asexually, so I guess if a homunculus is like that. But it still doesn't make sense, right? Like why would you have the other organs if anyway, waifu reasons. Waifu reasons indeed. Thus, she's saying terrible things so casually too.
もうとにかく離れろ。お前めちゃくちゃだぞ。なんか。
めちゃくちゃだぞ。I sing my head and throw Elasville off. She topples. I tried to make her let go, the girl almost falls to the ground. I guess it's a backup option. Why the hell did I do something like that right then? And then I instantly reached out for Elasville. Jeez, it's too long. Elasville and caught her as she fell. I suddenly lowered Ilia to the ground. Oh, at least he caught her. Ilia is silent. I don't know what to say either, so I stand still looking down at Ilia. This is awkward, so the inside try to leave to go home.
何？お兄ちゃん、私のこと嫌いなの？
嫌いなの? Uh-oh. Oh no. I know she says it with the same glowy red eye she had when the Basaka was with her. Oh no, am I gonna die? Chill runs down my spine, her gestures up to now was so childish that my sense of danger had faded, but she's definitely Basaka's master. I'll die if I disobey her. I can't show up my face to save if I die in vain, and most of all I'll involve the other people around in the shopping district. Yes, I can bet on it. This girl will mercilessly use her power as a master no matter where she is. She can use a command spell.
話をすればいいんだろう。おとなしくするから。それでいいか、イリア。
それじゃあ、あっちの公園に行こう。 さっき見てきたんだけどね、ちょうど誰もいなかったんだ。
誰もいなかったんだ。Uh-oh. She's spoopy. Let's just go to the park with nobody else there. It'll be totally fine. Just me and you. Uh-oh. Ilya starts to run with dancing steps. That is very sus.
急がないと置いていっちゃうからね、シロ。
How is she moving so fast with all of that coat? She runs through the shopping district, spinning in circles.
本当に先行っちまったぞ。
Beyond the basement, I'm a bit moved. For this girl, Ilya, any promise is about an absolute truth. So she ran off so happily. She doesn't think I'll run away thinking it's a chance to do so when I'm alone. I told her I'll talk to her, so she ran off trusting me to do so.
なんなんだ、あいつ。
No, she's really unbalanced. But, well, I'm not yet grown up enough to betray such a pure trust. Ilya and I are alone in the small park away from the shopping district. Maybe all the children are at school, or maybe such a small park isn't popular anymore. It's hard to talk with the empty winter park bathed in the strangely tense atmosphere.
話をしようって、何話せって言うんだ。セイバーのこととか知りたいのか。
セイバーのことってどうして？
だって俺たちマスターだろ。敵のサーバントの情報は知りたいと思うだろ
う。何よ、そんな話は嫌よ。もっと面白い話じゃないとつまんない。
つまんない。
つまんないって言われてもな。ならイリアは何が面白いって言うんだよ。
そんなのわかんないよ。私、あんまり人と話したことってないんだ。だから、何話していいかわかんない。
わかんない。
お前な、そんなんで話をしようだなんて連れ出したのか。物事はよく考えてから行動しろって教わんなかったか？なかっただろう。なら、今からちゃんと思慮深い大人になるんだぞ。
いいよだ。そういうのはシローに任せるわ。レディーをエスコートするのは男の人の責任なんでしょ。なら私はシローについてけばいいだけだもん。
She smiles and leans on my shoulder. She's not just being overfamiliar, she's just as natural as a small animal snuggling because it's cold. Wait a sec. Looking closely at her, she does actually look cold.
いや、もしかして寒いのか？
寒い。私、寒いの苦手なの。
She breathes out a white puff. Even though she says she doesn't like it, she looks at her very happily.
そうか。いつもはそうでもないんだけど、今日は妙に寒いからな。寒いのが苦手なら答えるだろうけど、イリアはどっから来たんだ？なんか随分と貴族っぽい名前だけど。
貴族っぽい。そうだよね、貴族っぽいっていうのは。Type? Can I get to typing this? Not letting me type. 貴族っぽい。貴族 nobility. I wonder if all this pain and suffering would be gone if Shiro was less cold to her. Wait, what do you mean by all this pain and suffering?
貴族っぽいんじゃなくて、貴族だよ。
貴族だよ。
私はアインツベルンのね、古いお城で生まれたの。
古いお城だよ。
いっつも寒くて雪が降ってたんだ。だからこれぐらいの寒さは平気かな。
Well, he got wrecked by Basaka earlier, no? Right, but like that was because she was trying to like Basaka wasn't trying to fight him, he was trying to like beat Saber, right? I'm sure you'll see more of him later on. Yeah, but I don't think Basaka was trying to kill him, right? He was trying to kill Saber mostly. And then when he tried to protect Saber, like Ilya actually like let him off. So although you chose the other path, like Ilya like goes up and like kills you or something. It's kind of weird. Yeah, it's hard to tell like what Ilya's intentions are. And maybe that's intentional, right? Because she's like a kid and doesn't really know what she wants, right? She's a bit childish-ish, and so like doesn't really have like a clear aim or goal, or like her like actions may not be as consistent. So maybe that makes sense actually.
寒い国に生まれたのか。なら寒さには慣れてるもんじゃないのか。普通。
But knowing the different routes, you know Shiro's gonna have to fight Basaka, yeah.
慣れてるけど寒いのは嫌なの。私冷たいのよりあったかい方が好きだもん。白だってあったかい方がいいんじゃない？
ああ、そりゃそうだ。冷たいよりは暖かい方がいい。
暖かい方がいい。
だよね。うん。だから寒い日は部屋の中で温まってるの。でも雪は好きよ。白くて私の髪と同じだって父様が言ってたから。
父様。I clap my hands together. She's right now that she's mentioned it. I was trying to work out what I associate with Ilya. If there was such a thing as a snow fairy, it wouldn't look like her.
うまいこと言うな。イリアの親父さんは。確かにイリアの髪は雪みたいだ。白くてなんだか柔らかそうだし。
でしょ？この髪はね、イリアの自慢なんだから。私の中で唯一女の子らしい母様譲りの髪なんだ。
Ilya laughs happily. Seeing such gesture really numbs me. I couldn't have believed she was really Basaka's master if I hadn't seen it.
ねえ、シロは？シロはお父さんから譲ってもらったものってあるの？あ、魔術刻印っていうのはなしよ。マスターとしてじゃなくて、お父さんとして譲ってもらったものだよ。
俺？最後にもらったのは家かな。
家かな。
その前は名字。で、最初にもらったのは
My life when I was about to die. Yes, I knew it. Because I was the only one saved by Kirisugu and the fire 10 years ago.
そうだな。
Yep.
イリアみたいな両親から受け継いだ肉体的な特徴はないよ。けど、それに負けないぐらい多くのものをもらってきたと思う。
Mia's delighted as if it concerned her. I bet no one could stay unhappy if they smiled like this.
でも、今の話だと、シロは魔術刻印を受け取らなかったんだ。おかしいな。じゃあ、シロはマスターじゃないの？
マスターじゃないの？
いや、魔術刻印のない半人前の魔術師だけど、マスターだぞ。そういうイリアは、マスターなんだから、魔術師なんだよな。
え？私、魔術師なんかじゃなくて、マスターだよ。普通の魔術なんて教わらなかったもの。
はあ？じゃあ親から魔術刻印を受け取らなかったのか。お城を持ってるぐらいの名門なんだろ？イリアのうちは。
そうだけど、魔術刻印ってマスターになるためのものじゃないの？だからマスターだよ、私。
I feel too in confusion. Question mark. I do tip my head in confusion. It seems that Ilya's words are slightly off and we're not having a real conversation.
なあ、イリア。一つ聞くけど、イリアはどこに住んでるんだ？どうも、聖杯戦争のためだけにこの町に来たみたいだけど、それじゃあ、今はホテル暮らしとか？
ホテル暮らしとか。First of all, it'd be terrible if she doesn't have a guardian. It's unheard of to let a child like this come to Japan by herself.
ホテル？それって別荘のこと？
別荘？
なあ、似たようなもんだ。家じゃないけど泊まれるところ。
それならあるよ。ほら、あっちに大きな森があるよね。そこの奥におじいさまのおじいさまが建てた洋館があるの。アインツベルンのマスターはね、聖杯戦争の時はそこに住むんだって。
Yes, pointing to the west. Suddenly there's a deep undeveloped mountain forest in that direction.
あの森って車で1時間もかかるだろう。そこから一人で来てるのか、イリアは。
うん。今日は抜け出してきたの。セラもリーゼリットもメイドのくせにうるさいんだもん。
うるさいんだもん、セラ and リーゼリット。
せっかく日本に来たんだから、その間ぐらいは外に出てもいいと思うの。欲しいものは何だって手に入ったけど、いつも部屋に閉じこもってたんだから、これくらいはご褒美なの。
部屋に閉じこもってたってイリアがか。
うん。雪が降るとね、体に悪いから外に出してもらえなかったの。だから大抵は部屋の中で遊んでたんだ。あ、でも大丈夫だよ。こっちはお城ほど寒くないから一人でも平気だもん。
Ila says so with a full smile. She swings her leg and it seems like she's having fun from just doing so. Without knowing why, I put my hand into the grocery bag. Take out the dorayaki I'm supposed to eat to savor and get another I hand it over to Ilya.
食べるか。安物だけど。
Dorayaki! The dessert sandwich. Pancakes and red bean paste. Wait, I know this. Pancakes with red bean paste? Yeah, I know this. It's a red bean bun.
え？何それ？食べ物？
何それ、食べ物？
そうだよ。甘いのは好きじゃないけど、これだけは別だ。うちは親子ともども、お茶受けはこいつなんだ。
Do homunculus eat?
くれるの？
くれるの？
やる。一人で食ってもうまくないから、二人で食おう。
I had a dorayaki. It has it and takes a Japanese snack that I'm sure she's never seen before. What even is a red bean? Kidney beans? Bruh! Bruh! It's just red. It's just a type of bean. That's all. It's a very traditional East Asian type of bean that's used in a lot of East Asian hot East Asian desserts. Actually cold desserts as well, but mostly warm desserts. Bruh bean. It's a sweet type of bean. I know I've had it but never cooked with it. Yeah, it's typically made into paste and then put into like hot desserts. Specifically hot desserts. It's really good hot. I mean there probably are versions of it that are cold, but I think most versions of it is in like hot pastry type of desserts. She eats it happily. Her gestures are so enthusiastic that the expression stuffing her cheeks fits perfectly. I eat my dorayaki as well and endure the shock that attacked the back of my head. Why was I thinking it might be nice to have a smaller sister like this? Imoto wa. I think Ilya is too innocent. This girl might really be a child who doesn't yet know the difference between good and evil. I can barely imagine how a child born in a family Magi is raised. But still, I can tell the environment Ilya was raised in wasn't normal. Tosaka is like that, but she's a magus by nature from the court. Except for the Holy Grail War and killings between masters as murder. Or maybe this girl became a master without knowing what it means to kill someone. I've only talked a bit of her, but I don't think Ilya is a girl that would want to kill others. So...
Ilya, 真面目な話なんだが。
Then, Ilya suddenly raises her head as if called by someone.
Ilya, どうした？なんかあったのか？
もう帰らないと。バーサーカーが起きちゃった。
Uh-oh, Basaka okichatta. Run away, she jumps off the bench. Ilya runs out of the park without saying goodbye and disappears in the blink of an eye. That was fast. She gonna run 1 hour back home? I guess kids are very energetic. I get back to the house. I decide not to mention that I met Ilya. I know it's something that I should tell her about right away, but I still want to tell her about it. Still don't want to tell her about it. Yeah, I met apart with the master. Talked Ilya about trifling matters and he brought it in a trifling matter as well. Hasn't tell Aldo what happened today. Feel guilty since it's like I'm hiding something from them, but I don't want to think of Ilya I met today as my enemy. I want to add Ilya to my harem. And she runs about forest for like 2 hours. I mean, technically, I guess kids do have enough energy to run for a couple hours, maybe? I don't know. Maybe? She's a super kid. After eating lunch with Saber, we continue to train at the dojo, and before I know it, it's time for dinner. Bangohan! I rest my tired body and take a bath to wash my sweat off. I go to the living room, dinner is prepared. I'm a bit moved. It's nice having dinner ready without me doing anything when I came out of the bath.
エミヤくん、夕食だけど。何よ、バカみたいに立ち尽くして。
Kiddo, why does she have to say something like that totally destroys the moment?
なんでもない。夕食だろ？ありがたくいただくよ。セイバーは？
夕食だよ。
セイバーさんならシローの部屋に行ったみたいだけど会わなかった？おかしいな。さっきまでここにいたけど。
旅館みたいに入り組んだ家だからすれ違ったんじゃない？いいわ。セイバーは私が呼んでくるから。エミヤくんはもう一度洗面所に行ってきなさい。髪よく乾いてないわよ。
あ、本当だ。悪い。それじゃあセイバーは任せた。
With my hands, I can return to the hallway. Also gotta say that the Emiya house has many parts because the aimless reconstruction. The worst one is the route to the bathroom, and it really is like a hotel because you can get there from my room or the living room. Enter the bathroom. I don't like the hairdryer. So wait, hold on. Let me get a censored screen. You Shokudan yet? I closed my eyes. Don't worry. Censored screen. Wait, is this the first censored screen? Okay, hold up. Alright, you guys will just have audio until this scene passes. Sorry guys. You're not old enough. Brother, what version did you install? I have no idea, bro. This is just the version that I saw. I don't know what version this is. I don't even know what versions there are, so I just picked the first one that was that seemed correct. All right. Anyway, warning. We'll just have audio for a while, guys, until until I'm sure this scene has passed. But we'll keep reading it out loud again. This is the Rialto Noir version. Yeah, this is supposedly the Rialto Noir version. I don't know. In an instant, I forget everything that happened today. Uh-oh. Apparently Shiro stumbles
Shiro.
upon Saber in the bathroom. I hear a voice. The figure in front of me is saying something.
二度湯のようですが、今は私が使っています。できれば遠慮してもらえると助かるのですが。
She says so without hesitation. I have to explain. I know I have to explain to her that this is an accident, but my head is totally blank. After all, this had enough impact to make me forget everything that happened today. What is this voice acting?
シロ、湯にのぼせたのですか？耳まで真っ赤ですが、体を冷やすのなら縁側に出るべきです。
Go to the porch.
いや、そうするけど、その前に謝らないとまずい。
Alright, I think the danger has passed. I looked away from Saber and calmed my pounding
これは
heart.
事故なんだ。いや、こうして出くわしちまった時点で釈明の余地はないんで、セイバーは俺に怒っていい。
Question mark? I say so, trying to look down and calm myself the best I can. Saber thinks for a while.
シロ、顔を上げてください。
Okay, Google says it's censored. I mean, the shot from the back isn't so bad. I'm just trying to be safe. I'm not sure if this is if there's any more. I raise my head as she tells me to.
なんでそのままなんだ。
なんでそのままなんだ。
シロが謝るほどのことではありませんから。このような場面を見たところで気にする必要はないと言いたいのです。
気にする必要はないのです。
はい？
はい。
以前にも言ったでしょう。サーバントにとって性別などさまつなことだと。
Like how Saber is like super calm in explaining this.
シロは私の体を見て慌てているようですが、私は女性である前にサーバントです。ですから、そのような気遣いは不要かと。
不要かと。 What is she saying? No, even Saber herself says that. It doesn't change the fact that she's a girl. Or could it be? I have an idea, but is it true?
聞くけど、着替え中を見られても恥ずかしくないって言うんじゃないだろうな、セイバー。
なぜ恥じる必要があるのです。
何が恥しているのです。I thought so. But even if she doesn't care, I'll definitely go and say it.
悪かった。とにかく謝る。次にこんなことがあったら、セイバーの好きにしていい。
セイバーの好きにしていい。I turn 180 degrees and exit the dressing room awkwardly. Saber looks at me in her usual manner until I disappear. Alright, I think things are safe now. I think we're safe. We're back, we're back. We're live. Woohoo! Dinner ends. I think it was a normal dinner table for everyone except me. That's on me, I couldn't even sense the taste of the scene in this room flickering in my mind. Saber got flashed by Saber, yeah, like what? Shocked. Actually shocked. I was cooling my head off, but I'm done with that. I'll catch a cold if I keep doing this.
シロ、ここにいたのですか？
ここにいたのですか？
セイバー、なんだよ。俺に何か言おうか。
俺に何か言おうか。
私ではなくシロにあるかと。いいのですか？夜はリンに魔術を教わるという約束だったはずですが。
そうだよ。Got the little magic. I hit my head.
すっかり忘れてた。サンキュー。今すぐ行ってくれ。
今すぐ行ってくれ。Time to learn magic. I run to the outbuilding and go to the second floor. I knock on the door of the guest room that Tosaka occupies.
シロ？いいわよ。ちょっと今手が離せないから勝手に入って。
Wait, don't tell me they're all. This should be fine, right? Second voice contact somehow without composure. What is she doing? She doing drugs? Oh wait a sec. As soon as I enter the room, I see Tosaka doing something weird. Not like this. Why is she injecting herself? Tosaka has something like a methamphetamine. Tosaka has something like a jewel in her hand and strangely a handkerchief in her mouth.
質問していいかな、トサカ。
していいかな、トサカ。
ちょっと待って。今日のドラマはこれで終わりだから。
Oh, really, Tosaka. Hold on. I'll click a phone, face, phone. Saying that Tosaka puts a needle into her arm. Oh no! Have I told you guys I hate needles? I can't look at needles. It's very bad. After taking the blood, she just one drop at a time the jewel and grasps the bloody jewel. Oh, is she restoring the jewel? Is that what she's doing? Is she like restoring the power of the jewel? Like this does pass. I'm very able to tell it's a lot of the magical energy, but
これだけやってもまだ3割か。やっぱり手持ちの9つだけでやっていかなくちゃダメみたいね。
only 3 tenths after this much I'll do the 9 I have. Tosaka slumps her shoulder and puts the stone back into some kind of jewelry box.
トサカ、約束通り教えを恋に来たんだけど。
教え恋? Of course I'm curious about what she was doing.
ええ、待ってたわ。昼間はセイバーと体の方を鍛えてたんでしょ。なら、夜は中身を鍛えないとね。
Seems happy as she's more ready to teach. Saber said she wasn't any good at teaching, but I bet this one's the complete opposite. No, putting that aside.
さて、それじゃあ何から行こうか。確かシロは強化の魔術しか使えないって言ってたけど。
いや、その前にちょっといいか。やっぱり気になる。
気になる。
トサカさ、さっき何してたんだよ。注射器を自分に刺すなんて危ないだろ。
危ないだろ。
え、あれ？あれは魔弾を作ってただけよ。うちの魔術は力の流動と転換だからね。こうやって余裕があるときは自分の魔力をよそに移しておくのよ。
Ooh, just magic bullet stones.
待ってくれ、その魔弾とか魔力を移しておくってなんだよ。
魔弾は魔弾よ。魔力のこもった玉。宝石は人の念が宿りやすいって聞いたことない？実際宝石は魔力を貯めやすいものなんだけど、うちの家系はさらに相性がいいみたいなのよね。魔力を込めるっていうのは、例えば今日一日何もしなかったら体力は余ってるでしょ。その余った分の力を宝石に溜め込んでおくの。
Tosaka, why are you doing this? Normal. Oh, she's storing excess power in the jewels. Oh wait, makes sense. She's condensing her resin. Genius.
これを何日、何ヶ月、何年と続けて宝石自体を魔術にするのよ。もっとも宝石自体にだってキャパはあるし、自分から離れた魔力なんてものは操れない。
We knew this from the anime, though. It's been very long time since I watched the anime, so I can neither confirm nor deny if it was. It's been a very long time. I can barely remember what happens in the anime except from like the end scenes and maybe like the big climax scenes. But it makes sense. It makes sense. She's making
宝石に
bullets.
込めた魔力っていうのはあくまで大魔術を瞬間的に発動させるためだけのイグニッションに過ぎないけどね。
Ignition?
要するに自分の魔力を宝石に込めてバックアップを取るってことか。
バックアップ？
バックアップ、近いけど違うっていうか、使い捨てのリュックサックの中身を詰めてるだけよ。
Gem throwing
じゃあ
girl.
一時的にハードディスクを増設してるってことか。すごいな。それなら魔術なんて使いたい放題じゃないか。
ハードディスク？あんたの言ってることはよくわからないけど、そこまで便利なものじゃないわよ。魔力は宝石に込めた時点でその宝石の属性に染まるから用途は限られてしまうわけだし。
それにしても驚いたな。魔力っていうのはそういう風に貯めておくこともできるものなんだ。そんな便利なことなんで他の魔術師はしないんだろう。
I was saying that the only other bitch that goes Kitsugu.
自分以外のものに魔力を貯めるっていうのは特殊なのよ。
特殊？
シロの強化だって物に魔力を込めているってことでしょ。通常ね、魔力の通ったものは何らかの変化をしてその魔力を使い切ってしまうものなの。魔術の効果は瞬間であって永続じゃないでしょ。で、うちの家系はそうならないようにうまく宝石に魔力を流動させて永続的なものにしているんだけど、他の魔術師だって自分の体になら同じようなことはできるわ。それが魔術刻印。あらゆる魔術師が持っている魔術のバックアップじゃない。
魔術刻印。ああ、親が子供に譲るっていう秘伝の話だな。俺それはないからどうもピンとこないな。
ちょっとあんた今なんて言ったの？
なんて言ったの？
いや、魔術刻印はないって言ったんだが、親父は持ってたみたいだけど譲られはしなかった。
So it's like about guess and then afterwards though.
道理で素人同然のわけだ。じゃあ本当に一からやってるのね。なら確かにしょうがないか。
しょうがないか。
父さか、俺に魔術刻印がないってずいぶん前に気がついてたんじゃないのか。
そんなわけないでしょ。知ってたら一人でなんか行動させなかったわよ。そりゃ半人前だなって思ってたけど、魔術刻印がないならそもそも魔術師じゃないじゃない、シロは。
魔術師じゃない。じゃない。What is it? Her words have a warmness that sounds like a relief, and it sounds like she's envious I'm not a magus.
まあいいわ。そういうことなら一から説明してあげる。魔術刻印が何なのかを知るってことは魔術師ってものを知るってことだから。はい、シロはそこに座って。大事な話だからちゃんと腰を落ち着かせて聞くこと。
Alright, lesson time, guys. Lesson time.
ここでいいのか。よし、始めてくれ。
始めてくれ。I look at the Tosa Kaiser with determination. Listening. She must appreciate my seriousness and she nods in satisfaction.
じゃあ簡単な話から入るけど、魔術を使うのに必要なものが魔力だってことは知ってるわよね。 魔術さえ発動させられるなら、それらは全て魔力と言い換えても差し支えはないわ。魔力の種類は千差万別。
The explanation BGM. This is the explanation BGM kicks in whenever there's heavy lore being dumped.
自分だけの精神力を持って魔術を使用する者もいれば、自分以外の対価を持って魔術を使用する者もいる。ここまでは知ってるでしょ？
There's a BGM about wave.
ああ、マナとオドのことだろ。マナが自然、世界に満ちてる魔力。オドが個人が生成できる魔力だ。そうそう、よくできました。じゃあそのマナを用いた魔術から順に説明しましょう。
Mana and Odd.
いいシロ、積み重ねた歴史が浅い魔術師、要するにシロのことねは、すでに形あるものを持って魔力となすの。これは古くからシステムとして確立している儀式、供物を持って神秘と接触する方法よ。自身の力だけでは足りないから、代価を用意して取引するというフォーマルクラフト。
フォーマルクラフト。
これなら術者の魔力が希薄でも魔術は作用する。何しろ使用する魔力は自分からではなくマナから借り受けるものだから、術者はただ儀式を行うだけでいい。けどまあこういうのは知識がないとできないからね。シロにはまだ無理だし、そもそもこういう血生臭いのは向いてないわ、あなたには。
だな。俺も鳥の生贄とか魔法陣を敷いて一晩中祈るとか、そういうのはやりたくない。
でしょ？じゃあこれは置いといて、次はオド、つまり魔術師個人の力で行う魔術のこと。もう言うまでもないと思うけど、これが私やあなたの基本的な魔術講師よ。シロの強化は他者の力を借りないでする自身の魔術回路だけを頼りにした魔術でしょ。
Seems the conversation is going to the main point.
その自分だけの魔力を生成する機能、魔術回路っていうのは先祖代々受け継がれる遺伝体質なの。魔術回路は何代も重ねて鍛え上げられ、より強さを増して子孫に継承されるわ。魔術師の家系の子供はそれだけで魔術に適した人間ってわけ。フェアじゃないけど、私とシローはスタート地点からして違うってことよ。
それは知ってる。気にしてないから話を続けていいぞ、動作が。
別に気にしてなんかないけど。まあいいわ。それでね、そういった魔術回路とは別に、その家系が代々鍛え上げてきた秘伝の魔術っていうのがあるのよ。さっきの宝石と似てるかな。一つの魔術を極めるとね、魔術師にはその魔術が手に取れるようになるの。本来なら形のないただの公式に過ぎない魔術を手に取れる感覚ってわかる？
わからないが、体の一部になったようなものなんだろうな。手に取れるっていうことは。
ご名答。扱われる式という域を超えて、もはや自分自身となった魔術っていうのは形に残せるのよ。それは不安定な魔術を確立させる偉業であり、同時にその魔術師が生きた証でもある。で、魔術師は死ぬ間際に自分が成し得た偉業を刻印として後継者に譲るのよ。これをやるから自分が成し得なかった地点に到達しろ。もしかしたらわしが残した刻印が何かの役に立つかもしれんってね。まあ残した方も残された方もそんな刻印が何の役にも立たないって分かってるんだけどさ。
なんだよ、それだけすごい刻印なのに何の役にも立たないのか。
立つわよ。普通に魔術師やってれば刻印一つで左打ちはっていうぐらい役に立つわ。まあけどそれは自動車をもらったようなものなのよ。どんなに地上を速く走れても月にはたどり着けないんだから。いいから話の続き。もう分かったと思うけど、その刻印っていうのが魔術刻印なの。その家柄の当主が一生をかけて完成させた魔術を刻印にして子孫に譲り、子孫はさらに次の魔術を完成させて刻印を増やし、また子孫に継承する。そうして複雑さを増し、深い歴史を刻んだものが魔術刻印。魔術師にとって逃れようのない縛りってこと。
つまり魔術刻印にはその家系の全てが記録されているってことか。
ああ、それは違う。家系の記録はちゃんと書物で残してるわよ。魔術刻印にあるのは単純に魔術だけなの。勝手に呪文詠唱をしてくれたり、自分が習得していない魔術も使えたりするだけ。わかりやすく言えば自分の体に魔法陣を刻んでいるようなものかな。
それじゃあさ、別に刻印は誰に刻んでもいいってことにならないか。魔法陣なら形さえ知っていればいくつでも書けるじゃないか。
それがそういうわけにもいかないのよ。魔術刻印っていうのはね、生き物みたいなものなの。臓器を移植することに近いわ。臓器は一つしかないものだから、何人かに分け与えるとか写本するとか、そういったことはできないの。心臓を二つに分けても意味ないでしょ。結局分けても機能しなくなるだけなんだから。
そうか、確かに。それじゃあ遠坂にもその刻印は移植されてるのか。
移植ってのは我ながら後ろ向きな例えだったわね。私の場合は左腕、肩から手までびっしりね。ただ魔術刻印は使わなければ浮かび上がらないから、霊樹と違って隠す必要はないわ。まあそんなわけだから、魔術師の家系っていうのは一子相伝だったりするの。
Yes. The Mage's one-child policy.
その家に兄弟がいた場合、どちらかは魔術を教えられずに一般人として暮らすのが常なのよ。だって魔術刻印を渡せないんだから、魔術師として大成されてもあまり意味がないもの。
ああ、それはシンジも言ってた。そっか、そういう理由でさくらは教えられなかったんだ。
Little do they know, it was not Shinji that inherited the crest, but Sakura.
ええ。けどマトウの家は何代か前から刻印の継承自体が止まってるわ。だからシンジに教えられたのは魔導の知識だけなんでしょう。ほんと、そういう手合いが一番厄介なのよね。魔術ってものを実感できないくせに魔術を使おうって言うんだから。
Pressing disappointed manner, Tosaka takes a deep breath.
さて、魔術を教えるってことだったけど、ちょっと予定が変わったわ。シローに魔術刻印がないんなら違った方針を立てないといけないし。今夜はここでお開きにしましょう。明日までにはいろいろと用意しておくから、それまで待ってちょうだい。
What? I didn't learn anything.
遠坂がそう言うんならうなずくしかないんだが、なんだよ、そのいろいろ用意しておくって。
だからいろいろよ。刻印がないってことはあなたスイッチできないんでしょ。体の中身をいじるんだから、お薬とか矯正器具とか必要じゃない？
You mentioned drugs. Whoa, I already felt chilled there.
何？嫌だって言うんならやめるけど、その場合私が教えてあげられることはなくなるわよ。
いや、嫌だけど 頼む。遠坂の言い分は多分正しい。
多分正しい。Oh, I don't know what you meant by the word switch, but I think the fact that I can't do something related to the fact that I always feel trying to turn myself into a magic circuit.
じゃあ明日はそれで決まりね。そうだ、あなた明日もセイバーと剣の鍛錬をするつもり？
ああ、そうだけど、学校の結界も気がかりだけど、発動するまでまだ時間がある。それまで少しは戦えるようになっていたいんだ。
まあいいけど、その割にはセイバーとはうまくいってないようじゃない？
それは
夕食前までは普通に話せてたのに、夕食から妙に黙り込んでたし。念のために聞くけど、あなたたちうまくいってるんでしょうね。いざ戦闘って時に仲違いされたら、私たちまで被害を受けるんだから。
Just that there was a small thing before dinner and it's just a bit awkward. That's all, but are things really all right between me and Saber? Well, I think I know a bit about Saber, having trained her all today. I can trust Saber as an ally, that's absolute. But if you ask me how I think of her beyond that, I can't really. First of all, all my proper emotions were stolen away in that instant.
難しいな。そういう遠坂はどうなんだよ。セイバーのこと好きなのか？
好きよ。だって嫌いになる要素がないじゃない。強いし礼儀正しいし綺麗だし、うちの皮肉屋とは大違いだわ。
そうか。遠坂はセイバーが好きなのか。
何よ、素直に好きな部類だって言っただけでしょ。あなたね、そのストレートな物言いは直しなさい。いろいろ敵を作りやすいから。
お断りだ。もともと口下手なんだよ、俺は。
そうでしょうよ。嫌味とか皮肉とか口にしなさそうだものね、シローは。ええ、どうせ私のことなんて口うるさい嫌味なやつだとか思ってるでしょ。
なんでさ、俺遠坂が言う分には好きだぞ。なんかさ、そうじゃないと遠坂じゃない気がするし。
Tosaka looks away from me unpleasantly. I might have angered her. Well, beyond that, I'm a bit unhappy right now since Tosaka she likes Saber. LOL. Lol. The day ends. I feel uneasy with Saber sleeping next to me, so I skip to the shed once again. I stop walking and stare at the winter sky. It's not that it's exceptionally beautiful. It just calls me when I blankly feel the coldness of the winter. The harem grows larger. I don't know how long I did so, but I feel I hear footsteps within the darkness. There's no reply. Footsteps come closer along with a sharp presence. I lower my waist and prepare so I can jump back anytime. Dareda! There's no reply. The cause of the footsteps appears in front of me without stopping. Acha! Oh my. Tashika. He's the servant who was fighting Lancer that night in the school. Red Amanda is Saber beat after she jumped over the wall. Basaka! Oh, sorry, PTSD. Acha! The man raises the size of his mouth a bit. He smiled, so can I take that as affirmation? Something annoys me. I feel irritated for no reason, or I should say I can't get myself to like this guy. Never thought of him nor has he attacked me, but still I understand the moment I see his face on. I cannot approve of him. There's no reason for it, but I just can't like him. It's just not me. It should be the same for Archer. There can't be 2 people in this world who match me so badly. Lomao, he recognizes him as himself. He's someone like that to me, so it'll be no surprise if he considers me irritating as well. His race is because he's darker?
見張りに徹するんじゃないのかよ。
無論そのつもりだ。私の傷が治り次第、このくだらん協定も終わらせる。故に、お前と話すことなどないと、今まで傍観していたのだがな。
なんだ、遠慮しないで傍観してろ。俺もお前と話すことなんてない。
そうしたいのは山々だが、 見逃せないことがあってな。
Oh, you're not supposed to know that, Shiro. Wait, what? What am I not supposed to know? They literally have the same eyebrows, question mark.
お前サイバーには戦わせないらしいな。
悪いかよ。
I'll be answer him back. We play enmity. Archer glares at me.
やはりな。小僧の考えそうなことだ。他人の助けはいらない。できることは全て自分でやる。加えて犠牲者は一人も出したくないか。虫唾が走るな、その思考。
お前に言われる筋合いなんかないぞ。
I played the game before anime and it was such a plot twist to learn that, to be honest. Yeah, I only learned that in like Unlimited Blade Works, I think. Not sure if it was in the original. I think it was Unlimited Blade Works where the twist came up.
俺は俺が正しいと思うことをするだけだ。文句を言われる言われはない。
筋合いはある。同じサーバントとしてセイバーの苦労は理解できるからな。お前のようなマスターではセイバーの負担も大きかろう。
Bro, he showed up in the middle of the night to stand and argue. Sounds like very Shiro-like though. Probably because what you say is true, but even more than that, I cannot stand having this guy say it.
ふざけるな。俺はセイバーに負担なんてかけていない。あいつの代わりに俺が戦うんだから、それでいいじゃないか。
ふざけんな。
戦わなければ傷つかないとでも。サーバントは戦うためだけの存在だ。それから戦いを奪うことこそ冒涜だが。まあ、お前に言っても始まるまい。
I wanted to smack Shiro here. Smacks. Archer closes his mouth. For a few minutes, Archer and I confront each other silently. Silent confrontation? I got Miss Cold says he's looking inside me. Suddenly.
それで、どうなのだセイバーのマスターよ。
The Red Knight calmly requests an answer.
どうって何が。
お前は本気で戦わずにこの争いを終わらせるつもりか。誰とも争わず、誰も殺さず、誰をも殺させないと。
争わないとは言ってないだろう。戦うときは戦う。
戦うときは戦う。
なるほど。それで戦っても誰も殺さないと。
そうだよ。なんか文句あるか。
お前の甘ったるい考えに邪魔などせんよ。そんな余裕はないし、そこまで推強ではない。
Archer turns his back.
だが、間違えるな。お前が気取る正義の味方とは、ただの掃除屋だ。その方法で救える者は、生き残った者だけと知れ。
I wonder why. Those words make me feel like I've been beaten all over. Showing off his back muscles, huh? Exactly.
待てよ。正義の味方のどこが掃除屋だって言うんだ。
お前も気がついているはずだがな。いいか。その方法では悲しい出来事、悲惨な死を元に戻すことはできない。もともとそれが限界なのだ。
限界なのだ。
正義の味方なんてものは起きた出来事を効率よく片付けるだけの存在だ。お前はお前が救いたいと思うものこそ絶対に救えない。
Hey, that's not true. Reaching out to save someone and be able to save that person.
理想論はあくまで理想に過ぎない。お前が理想を抱き続ける限り、現実との摩擦は増え続ける。お前が取ろうとしている道はそういうものだ。
そういうものだ。
ならば、いつか現実に直面し、その折り合いのツケを支払う時が来る。お前のその選択が多くの命を奪うこともあるだろうよ。
多く奪うというのだろう。な。
覚悟ぐらいはしておけ。 の歪小さを実感した時、まず何を正し誰を罰するかと。それができぬようなら、その夢もその魔術も今すぐ捨てるのだな。
You know that his back disappears to the night. Into the night.
いいか、誰が何をしようと救われぬものというのは確固として存在する。お前の理想で救えるものはお前の理想だけだ。人間にできることなどあまりにも少ない。
I'm pretty sure Archer knows that he is Shiro, right? So he's kind of like trying to tell his former self that he doesn't know shit.
それでも。
それでも。
おい、待てよ。お前、何を言いたいんだ。
My question vanishes into the darkness. 100% is already gone and my voice only reaches empty air.
なんだあいつ。言いたいだけ闇を言って消えやがって。
He was telling me my way of thinking is too optimistic and that I'll soon have painful experience. How can anyone conclude that I'm wrong before I even try?
覚悟はできてる。俺が間違っていた時は、この命を差し出すだけだ。
That is a readiness is to make us. I know that without how you're telling me.
本当にあいつとは肌が合わないな。
でも I have one concern. No matter what anyone does, there will always be people that cannot be saved. Humans can only do so little. But still,
それでも、一度も振り返らず、その理想を追っていけるか。
I muttered to myself. I feel like that's what he wanted to ask me before he stopped himself. Stopped himself. Yo, we got to chapter 8, Sword and Magic 2. Let's go ahead and save. I think this is a good spot to save. First playthrough. And that was the chapter 2 out of 6. Is that 2 out of 6 or 2 out of 7? Or completion of chapter 2 out of 7. Day 2 after 1 year. Let's go. Yes, it has been a year. Has technically passed. Let's go. Oh, my bad. Is it 2 out of 7 actually, or like no, it's 8th day. We're on the 8th day now. Yeah, we're starting the 8th day. We just finished. So 5 more years. True. Yeah, it's about 5 more years to go. Let's go ahead and now that we've saved, we'll call it here for the this will get the game. Okay. So yeah, it'll be another 5 more years, I guess, before we now field. What is this now field? Let's go ahead and start the raid. Appreciate all being here. But we will be back again tomorrow. Not tomorrow, next week for more Genshin shenanigans. But yeah, that was a good Fate Stay Real to Noah stream. There was a managed to finish the whole chapter, I guess. That chapter. It only took us what, 2 hours? Dang. Friday, we'll be streaming Saturday at our usual time, 5 p.m. next week. And yeah. See you guys then. Meantime, stay safe. Take care. I have Friday off. Oh yeah, Friday off is good. Nice that you have Friday off. Definitely get some good rest on Friday. Who knows? I might stream Friday. Who knows? Probably not, but we'll see. Typically Fridays I want to stream sometimes, but like it's like I'm just so tired on Fridays. I just end up like at the end of the week, like this Friday I was like, yeah, I had to like I just felt so tired. I just went straight to sleep, so it was kind of like that. But anyway, we'll be back again next week. Hope you guys have a good rest of your Sunday night and the rest of the week as well. All right, take care, and